While broadly, every conference tackles the theme of technology and societal impact, every individual conference has a sub-theme that we try and explore or unpack in greater detail. This particular conference, this edition of the conference, focuses on what we might call the aspiration paradox. It is undeniable that human beings want to live a better life. It wouldn't be normal or natural to deny them that. On the other hand, our desire to live a better life or to seek well-being in material terms can lead to downstream effects that might be negative to others. And therefore, the paradox is about how one meets growing customer or consumer aspirations, but does so in a sustainable and responsible manner. Now, in addition to this being the theme, there are a few other interesting features of this particular conference. There are 4 modules to this particular conference. We are in Module 1 right now, all the way till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Module 1 is our academic track with 4 distinguished plenary speakers who will be presenting their focused research and research in the discipline, in the academic discipline, that they believe in some way or the other relates to this fundamental paradox. And we will then conclude that by synthesizing the academic disciplines and also trying to apply it to a set of practical problems that we see facing society today. So that's our first track. It's a synthesis or a co-creation of ideas as opposed to just 4 individual speakers. We will try and bring it together and land it against this particular goal. Our second talk, which runs, or second module, which runs more like a conventional conference, is also really unconventional in its own way. The tracks are not simply a collection of papers. Each of the tracks, in turn, has a responsibility to synthesize what has been presented in those research tracks and try and answer this particular question. So we're trying to co-create knowledge, academic knowledge there as well. Module 3, which happens tomorrow, and Module 4, which happen tomorrow, run in parallel. Module 3 takes a look at our vibrant startup ecosystem of companies that are trying to meet and address this particular paradox, and recognizes 6 companies that we feel have done an outstanding job in doing so. These 6 companies will be presenting their experiences in terms of how they have been able to balance profit with social goals as well. And from that, we will try and synthesize a set of best practices that address this particular question. And then another unique feature which we have, our Module 4, is an industry sprint. You know, we have a large number of industry folks participating in the group work room, and not just there to listen. They will actually be going through a design thinking sprint of about 90 minutes in order to turn their years of experience into prescriptions that would make sense for India to try and address this problem. So 4 different modules, all with a common cause, which is how do we take insights, whether they arise from academia or whether they arise from practice, and map it into something that matters, which is advance a society that is fair, equitable, prosperous, but also sustainable. So with that, let's do something else that's unusual. I'd like to propose my vote of thanks up front. The fact is, a conference like this doesn't happen without the help of a huge number of people. And I want to acknowledge each body of folks that have contributed here. There are too many names to recognize individually, so I have them in blocks. If you could humor me and essentially rise as I acknowledge you and thank you up there, that would be wonderful, okay? So let me begin first with our 4 global scholars who we are very happy to introduce. You will be seeing these 4 amazing scholars. You'll be seeing these 4 amazing scholars in action over the next couple of hours, presenting their view not just as individual scholars, but as spokespeople for their respective disciplines. And so each of them will actually provide a broader picture than what their own individual research may have pointed to so far. Let me then also recognize all of those who are presenting in Module 2. So if you have a paper that's being presented in the afternoon, if you could please rise. If you could rise, we could probably then be recognized, right? Thank you so much. Yeah. There would be no Module 2, without these amazing papers that they have provided to us. Now, these are folks who are not necessarily here. What we did have as a pre-conference workshop We conducted coaching sessions so that folks who were writing specific articles could consult with more senior faculty members in order to refine the craft of writing academic papers. And these 10 faculty coaches, graciously from 10 other institutions, many of them were overseas institutions, volunteered to put in several hours working with the various scholars who wanted that level of coaching. So even though they're not here, in absence, let's thank them, please. Now here's the group that's powered the whole conference. Large number, includes almost all of my faculty. As you can see, this is something that is central to the overall institution. We've had an organizing committee which has conducted and made the various pieces happen. We've had conveners that have pulled things together, reviewers, because all of these are peer-reviewed articles. So we've had reviewers not just from SPJMR, but from many, many other universities outside. Every track, the 5 tracks, have track chairs. They have discussants who are ready to go to do that particular synthesis. So, large number of folks. So if you could please rise up, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Now we have a couple of special groups over here. We have a group of FPM scholars. These are our PhD students. And I've challenged them to essentially synthesize the talks that our 4 distinguished guests will be presenting into something that an FPM or a young scholar would do. So they're going to be paying extra attention compared to anybody else because they have a large work assignment due at the end of this particular session. I also want to thank a special group of PGP2s. I'm calling them Dean's TaSIC Fellows or Dean's TaSIC Buddies, if you will. And this group has been outstanding in terms of how they have helped this conference come together. They've been the ones who've been providing the voice of industry in terms of creating the pre-read to get people going, both the industry folks and all the participants at the back, trying to outline in layman's terms what the sustainability challenges are. They have essentially called out a set of challenges. We'll talk about it in the afternoon. Practical things to focus on, and they will be very much a part of facilitating the industry design sprint. In fact, they will be amongst a few students who are there in the industry design sprint in the group workroom. So thank you very much, my fellows, if you could stand up. We have 30 plus SPJMR organizing team members. Nothing happens really without them. So wherever you might be, and you might be distributed in different places, if you could just stand up and be recognized, I'd appreciate it, or raise your hands, right? Right? And of course, at SPJMR, nothing happens without an AdMap committee involved. And I particularly want to thank the WISE-Tech AdMap committee. The entire WISE Innovation Award contest, the funneling of 700 companies into the 6, and rating them in a certain way that makes sense for us, was something that the WISE-Tech AdMap drove. Pulling this conference together, managing the logistics, again, wouldn't be possible without the AdMap. So thank you, WISE-Tech AdMap. And then tomorrow in advance, I'm going to thank 50 plus industry people who are coming in. That includes a huge number of CXOs, all coming in to actually work. So you can imagine it's kind of hard on a Saturday to essentially get senior people to come in and say, let's see how smart you are, let's come up with some solutions. And so, I'm really grateful to them. And so again, in advance, let's thank them, please. So let me just frame the talks that follow in 5 minutes. The aspiration paradox is about trying to navigate this seeming imbalance we have. Now, who are the people that need to tackle this imbalance? And we can consider 4 distinct groups. And a lot of our discussions today will be about the co-creation or the interaction between these groups. There are companies or organizations that clearly have a role to play in making sure the right products are produced, but done so in a reasonable fashion. Consumers have a role to play to make sure that there is a sense of wise consumption going on, and in terms of forcing companies to do the right thing. Society has a role to play, and one of our talks today that we're actually starting off with will talk about the role of society in shaping amazing outcomes that achieve inclusivity and at the same time economic success. And government obviously has a role to play, as is going on with the AI summit in Delhi right now. But government has a role to play not just in terms of regulations, but in terms of guardrails and affordances that they provide to the people. And these interact with each other. right? Reinforce each other like a set of Jenga blocks, which is my favorite analogy. They fit together, and they need to fit together to make sure that the right outcomes happen, the outcomes that help us address this paradox. And so we move on to our 4 speakers today with that context in mind. And let me introduce the 2 speakers we have for session 1. And then I will have the first speaker come in, and when he concludes, the second speaker will come in, right? So we'll not come in to do a second introduction here. So the first talk is by Professor Rodon. Professor John is the Deputy General Director of ESADE. He held the role of Dean of ESADE, and this particular role is the equivalent of a provost or a pro-vice chancellor. And he's also a full professor in the Department of Data Analytics, Technology and Artificial Intelligence. He joined ESADE in 2000 and has served in many senior roles, including as Dean of ESADE Business School. Professor Rodon's research is very much focused on digital infrastructures and digital platforms, how they are created, how they evolve, and how they are governed. And his work appears in sort of a who's who of academic journals that any aspiring IS scholar should shoot for, such as MIS Quarterly, the journal JAIS, Journal of Management Studies, Aegis, Journal of Information Technology, and so forth. So that would be our first speaker, and Professor Rodon is going to be really talking about this thing called model markets. And you will see that interplay between society and a technology product and consumers, and with a fairly minimal role of government in this particular case. So Professor Rodon is going to be exploring those set of linkages that I laid out for you. Our second speaker is Professor Matteo Montecchi. Matteo is Associate Professor of Marketing at King's College in London. And part of the reason Matteo is here, besides the fact his work is fabulous, he's recently the editor of an amazing special issue called We Could Be Heroes. And it's a reflective take on what marketing can do as a profession with specific empirical studies and so forth in order to drive the kind of outcomes we're looking for. Matteo is a trained market researcher, and he examines marketing in the digital era with a focus on technological innovation and ethical consumer engagement. His research interests include the impact of artificial intelligence and blockchain on marketing practices, brand transparency and trust, and issues of diversity, inclusion, and corporate responsibility, none of which are bad words on our campus. His work explores how digital technologies reshape firm and consumer relationships, particularly for marginalized groups. And in fact, what Professor Rodon's earlier talking about is in fact a marginalized group as well. And again, Matteo's research has been published widely, including in the Journal of the Academy of Marketing Science, the Journal of Interactive Marketing, the Journal of Advertising, and Psychology and Marketing. So up front, let's welcome both speakers, please. Thank you. And let me invite Professor Rodon to come up on stage and take us through his talk. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Varun. Thanks to all the SPGA IMR community, and congratulations for organizing this amazing conference, which I think is really, really very relevant. And let me start. I will try to give some light to the aspiration paradox that Dean Varun was commenting. I will try to give the following presentation. Well, I've escaped one. Okay, so this is the title of the session. A little bit different from what Varun, not the content, but I've just reframed it, sorry. But in the end, it's the same. So I will try to talk about this, the idea of growing without selling out, how model or purpose-driven markets can scale without diluting their integrity. So the idea here is the following. When a model or a purpose-driven, let's consider similar, market succeeds, it faces a paradox. The very moment that a market begins to achieve real impact is the moment that it risks becoming what it has been created to change. We have seen this story before. We have seen this story with organic food that becomes industrialized, fair trade standards that loosen their retail that loosen under retail pressure, ESG investing, the drift toward marketing or mission-driven startups professionalize and suddenly sound undistinguishable from conventional firms. Leaders of moral organizations or purpose-driven organizations feel trapped, either remain morally poor but small, or grow large and risk losing the identity. This dilemma has shaped decades of thinking about responsible capitalism, but it rests on a flawed assumption that growth inevitably erodes purpose. The presentation that I will give now suggests otherwise, and I will try to provide an example and try to theorize about how has this been achieved. So let's move a little bit to the theoretical background that I will use for this presentation. So the literature on social movements and moral markets and intersection between both defines moral markets as markets in which economic activities such as buying, selling, investing, or producing are strongly influenced by ethical values, social norms, and moral considerations rather than being driven purely by profit and supply and demand forces. In these markets, morality is a key principle of market interaction, not just an external constraint. Moral markets face a structural tension. On the one hand, markets reward self-interest. On the other hand, moral systems reward collective welfare. Research shows that when a moral market scales, it often drifts toward conventionalization or remains niche and sacrifice impact. For instance, let me show a very simple diagram you have on the right. In the beginning, let's say a small group of people is committed actors, identifies a moral failure, can be environmental harm, social inequality, exclusion, exploitation. And this group of people builds an alternative. Identity is clear at that moment and values are explicit. Community cohesion is strong. Then growth begins. New customers arrive, investors show interest, economic pressures intensify. At this point, the promoters of this moral market confront difficult questions. Should we accept capital from traditional investors? Should we loosen standards to expand reach? Should we professionalize management? Should we adopt industrial language to gain credibility? Many initiatives respond in one of two ways. On one hand, some loosen their standards and slowly drift toward conventional practices. So the moral market becomes conventionalized or is co-opted by incumbents or diluted the founding values. On the other option, others resist scaling, protect their identity, and remain niche. Neither option is attractive. So the core question becomes, how can a moral market grow without selling out? Today, I will try to address this question by illustrating an alternative pattern. What is this alternative pattern? I will show a different pattern based on 25 years of existence of a community-based telecommunications network, a last-mile internet infrastructure that began in rural Europe by 2000, but the year 2000. This community-based infrastructure was founded, which is called Giphy.net, was funded by activists who believe internet access should be free, open, neutral, and volunteer to create and expand a network infrastructure. They build their own infrastructure when large telecom operators ignore underserved rural regions, in this case starting in Spain. What happened is that as the network grew, thousands of nodes were installed quickly. Fiber optics start to be replacing those wireless links. For-profit ISP, internet service providers, enter the ecosystem. Municipalities, municipal governments became involved. Investors, for-profit investors get engaged. And also at the same time, telecommunications operators started deploying infrastructure in those rural areas where these companies had neglected in the past. At this stage, the risk of mission drift was real. Professionalization could have clearly displaced the volunteering work. Commercial actors could have captured the governance. Investment demands could have compromised openness. Instead, something different happened. The organization expanded dramatically while reinforcing its founding values. And this happened because of one pattern that I will present today. And this pattern is framed, and sorry for the redundancy, or is studied from the lens of framing theory. So in order to study this phenomenon, I drew heavily on framing theory, which explains how actors interpret and shape meaning in interaction. A core concept of this theory is the notion of frame, which can be defined as an interpretive schema that shape how actors make sense of reality and mobilize support. So how we understand something, how we act based on that understanding. For instance, in the case of Giphy, just to give some examples, not to focus so much on the case, but to give some illustrations of what I'm theoretically explaining. In the case of Giphy started with the following moral: Internet access should be free, open, and neutral. This was not just a technical matter. It framed connectivity as a right, not a commodity. Framing is central for several things. First, framing is central for legitimizing markets. In this case, Giphy was clearly a response to the digital-rural divide, which still exists nowadays. Later, Giphy was part of the social economy. So these are examples of how framing is used for legitimizing markets. Framing is also central for aligning diverse stakeholders. In Giphy, diverse actors join for different reasons. Volunteers for freedom, participation, collaboration. For-profit operators for local business opportunity. Municipalities for regional development and inclusion. And finally, framing is also central for mobilizing collective action. In this case, for instance, the license that they develop codified values such as open participation, non-discrimination, and shared governance that help mobilize the community. We adopt a process view of framing, emphasizing several things. First, frames evolve over time, so frames are not static. So to the initial frame of freedom, equal access, and right to communicate, there were later additions such as inclusive local economy, commons governance, social and solidarity economy. Multiple frames can coexist and interact. The economic frame, such efficiency, professionalization, did not replace the moral frame. Instead, it overlapped with free market but non-speculative competition, but with fair and inclusiveness. Third, framing emerged through social interaction. The commons frame was not planned from the start. It emerged when activists encountered Elinor Ostrom reading her work and recognized that it was useful to look at it from such lens. In the Giphy case, we observed a different pattern. Growth did not replace the founding moral value. Instead, new frames were added in ways that overlap with, rather than displace, the original one. We call this process frame overlapping, which can be defined as a dynamic interaction of new growth-oriented interpretations that reinforce, rather than dilute, the moral core. But this raises another question. What actually makes overlapping possible? And now is when I'm going to unpack this notion and present three mechanisms that are part of frame overlapping. So frame overlapping is the pattern that we observe. The next question is, what makes this pattern possible? In the Giphy case, we identified three framing mechanisms that systematically prevented the drift of the infrastructure. First is amplification. Amplification means reinforcing and institutionalizing the moral core. In Giphy, the founding principles, open, neutrality, and non-discrimination, were not left as abstract ideals. They were codified in the Wildlands Commons license and embedded in governance structures. So growth did not weaken the moral frame, it formalized it. The second mechanism is called frame breaching. This is where economic logics, such as efficiency, professionalization, and skill, are translated into morally aligned interpretations. Both frames, the original ones and the new economic ones, are connected. For instance, when for-profit operators enter the network, this could have led to conventionalization. Instead, the role was framed as contributing to a local inclusive economy. So market participation was reinterpreted as compatible with volunteering work. And the third mechanism is called frame extension. Here, in frame extension, the market is embedded in a broader moral movement. For instance, Giffey adopted the language of commons governance, as I mentioned before, and later connected it with the social and solidarity economy, something that in the beginning did not exist. This expanded the meaning of the project outward, strengthening its legitimacy while keeping its identity intact. Together, these three mechanisms transform growth from a threat to moral identity into a process of identity reinforcing. These three mechanisms explain how frame overlapping operates. But to understand why that matters, we need to ask a counterfactual question. What would have happened without them? And this is what I will now focus on, this counterfactual aspect. To understand why frame overlapping matters, we need to consider counterfactual. What would growth have looked like if it had followed a conventional path? First, the infrastructure could have been gradually closed, no longer treated as a shared commons, but as a privately controlled asset. Second, exclusive contracts with dominant incumbents could have replaced open participation, narrowing the ecosystem. Third, pricing could have shifted from cost sharing and sustainability toward profit maximization. Fourth, governance might have become increasingly centralized and professionalized, concentrating decision-making power. Fifth, volunteers could have remained present, but more symbolically than structurally, with less influence over strategic direction. And finally, over time, efficiency and competitiveness might have been prioritized over openness and neutrality. None of these would have required a dramatic rupture. It would have unfolded incrementally through a small interpretative shift, small governance changes, and small adjustments justified as necessary for growth. This is how conventionalization typically happens in moral markets, but that did not happen here. And it did not happen by accident. What prevented it was not simply commitment to values, it was the deliberate structuring of growth. And this brings us to propose what I propose today, a three-layer architecture of purpose, preserving, scaling. Let's move to this architecture and present it. These three mechanisms do not operate in isolation. I have presented them, amplification, bridget, and extension, but I think that together they imply a particular architecture of growth. Frame overlapping is not just interpretive, it becomes structural. It translates into a layered design for scaling moral markets. At the core, growth is anchored and amplified and institutionalized and institutionalized in moral commitments, values that are made durable through governance. Around that, economic expansion is actively bridged to moral meaning. Efficiency, scale, and professionalization are interpreted in ways that reinforce rather than undermine the founding purpose. And around that, at the last layer, the organization is embedded within a broader moral ecosystem. For instance, common governance, solidarity economy, parallel movements that stabilize and legitimize its identity. These layers do not replace one another, they accumulate. And in doing so, they transform growth from a source of drift into a process of identity reinforcement. In this slide, I have shown that frame overlapping looks like structurally. So through a layer architecture that shows where the three mechanisms are located. Now I will focus on how this architecture operates over time. That is how the three mechanisms operate iteratively. Because growth is not a one-time event, it repeatedly introduces new complexity. So the real question is, how is the architecture activated again and again? And for that, I propose this loop that involves 6 steps. The loop works the loop works because growth is not treated as a linear expansion, but as a recurring cycle of interpretation and institutional redesign. The first step is, we call it growth. In the first step, growth introduces complexity. New stakeholders enter, professionalization increases, capital intensity rises. This is not failure. It is the natural consequence of success. But complexity creates tension because economic pressures interact with founded moral commitments. Second, that tension threatens identity. Early members may fear commercialization. New actors may prioritize efficiency. Mission drift rarely begins financially. It begins interpretatively. Third, leaders, through framing, intervene through framing. Instead of allowing growth to be reinterpreted through conventional market logic, they actively redefine what expansion means. Efficiency becomes stewardship. Investment becomes inclusion. Competition becomes fair access. This is where amplification, bridging, and extension that we saw before operate. Fourth, reinterpretation is institutionalized through governance. New rules, participation agreements, pricing mechanisms, oversight structures. Purpose preservation is a design problem, not a branding problem. If this succeeds, identity is reinforced at a higher level. Values are clearer, mechanisms are stronger, and legitimacy increases. Growth then continues, but on a more stable foundation, and eventually new complexity arises. This is why the process is recursive. Each cycle deepens institutionalized purpose rather than diluting it. So now it's time to move to the final, let's say, takeaway of this presentation, what I consider could be a takeaway. Let me conclude with the core message. So first, growth is not, by no means, is the enemy of purpose. Growth erodes purpose, what erodes purpose is not the scale itself, but the absence of interpretation and institutional redesign. Drift rarely begins financially, it begins interpretatively, when growth is understood only through conventional market logic. What our case shows is that purpose preservation requires institutionalized framing. Values must be amplified. Economic pressures must be bridged, and expansion must be embedded within broader moral ecosystems. In other words, architecture, the architecture that I presented before, matters, and so does the recursion. The layer architecture that I presented helps show how identity stabilizes. The recursive loop ensures that identity is reconstructed each time growth introduces new complexity. When this happens, scaling does not dilute purpose, it deepens it. So scaling without selling is not a paradox, it is a capability, one that depends on how organizations and people interpret and institutionalize growth. So thank you very much. I hope that you have enjoyed.
The floor is open for any questions. The microphones will be available.
That was a very interesting presentation, Prof. The last closing the loop thing. The last slide.
Yeah.
I was wondering that once it expands to a higher level,
Yes.
then how does the loop close to starting again? Is there a disintegration after reaching the higher level? And then, so I was wondering about the connection there.
Well, I think the idea of the higher level is that as a result of a cycle, something emerges at a higher level. Okay, that doesn't mean that the lower levels disappear. Okay, so I would say that this loop operates at the cross levels. I probably, probably no, it's a simplification of reality in order to explain it. But the idea is that as a result of each loop, the idea is that something at a higher level is institutionalized. That does not mean that, and as a result of that, maybe some aspects of at lower level are black box, okay? But that does not mean that the levels disappear and embedded, and now everything is at the higher level.
That makes sense. Thank you so much.
So this idea of operating at higher level is a way of talking about institutionalization.
Hi, Professor. Thank you. Beautiful presentation. Just a quick question. When you mentioned in the last slide, right, that drift begins as an interpretative drift, how do you bring it down to an institutional or, let's say, at an organizational level? Like, how do you explain that?
Well, let me just tie to the example of the case. When this infrastructure decided that they had to start growing, that they could not grow anymore only through volunteer activity, and they decided to create and promote the creation of businesses to enter. That's a drift in the sense that that those companies were clashing the interests of individual volunteers who said, how I'm now going to do my work, and others are going to charge for that and get money. So this is a slight interpretation. So this is drift. It's more the interpretation of this, in this case, this new activity that appears in the network. Okay. So that's the reason I'm saying that it's more how you interpret that. Okay, so many people in this community interpret like that. However, the way they were integrated and framed allowed that interpretation did not end up into drifting and let's say breaking with the volunteer role. Okay.
Hi. Hello, Professor. I have a question about the framing theory that you used.
Yes.
So my confusion is about understanding how the frame, which you refer to as interpretive schema,
yes,
differs from belief system or sense-making process, and also at what level does the frame work? Is it at the individual level or the?
Yeah. It's. I would say there was a presentation yesterday. I would say if we compare this framing theory with institutional logics will work from meso to macro level, and framing theory that I use works at individual meso level. So it's how individuals interpret that.
Yeah, hi.
Well, in this case, individuals, the group of activists, but for instance, this was an infrastructure that was having volunteers across several countries, okay, and there might be different interpretations across, so it's at the level of group.
Hi, so I think the GUIFI example is a great example. I'm here on your left.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Hi. So I think the GUIFI example is a great example, especially when you see the, the haze of pollution hanging over us. But in terms of operationalizing this, I was wondering, how does the financing of this work? How does the economics work?
Yes.
For instance, you understand growth is happening. So is this endeavor run by private sector entrepreneurs with deep pockets who are doing this as a side, not-for-profit kind of a thing? Because at the very minimum, the costs need to be covered, right?
Yes, exactly.
So how does that work?
Well, it has evolved a lot. It starts from people putting their time, investing some resources to develop antennas. That was in the 2000s, developing open sources. So it was people were tech-savvy, obviously, okay, that started. But basically, these tech-savvy people, individuals and communities, start developing this infrastructure and engage volunteer people that did not have that capabilities, but they start helping others not develop the antennas, but implement the antennas. And this was for the first 4 or 5 years, in where there was no economic model behind it. Basically, the time of the people, the money that they put, and they were sharing internet access. Okay, so basically one individual in the community had internet access, and through proxies and antennas they were sharing that access. So it was cost saving for everybody. Okay, at some point in time, when they started, they realized that they need to develop an economic model to sustain this. So the first step was basically allowing professionals to enter, professionals who would help implement the antennas, do some maintenance. And why that was important? Basically because it was not only for the residential market, but there were some companies in that rural areas that were using that infrastructure, and we realized that those companies require a service, a quality of service that volunteers could not provide and were not interested in providing. So they basically invite some volunteers and not volunteers companies to enter and say, look, you can make business out of this, okay? The only condition is that I will intermediate that business. So I will regulate the pricing. So let's agree on how much can it cost, and let's do a fair pricing for everybody. But you will make the money, and there will be some users, consumers, they start talking about customers that never used before, that will pay for that. That was the first step. So basically, in this case, this Griffith community created a website where the professionals were publicizing their services, and people interested were contacted through that. Okay, this was the first step. Later, there was another big moment when this community, through a foundation that they created, okay, at some point in time, they had direct internet access. So they suddenly became a telecom operator, okay, non-profit, but they didn't want to sell that. So basically, they encourage existing ISP providers to buy their bandwidth and resell to customers. So they created a market. And then the point was, okay, how can that market be fair on the side of the ISP providers? Why? Because some ISP providers have to deploy fiber optic or antennas. Okay, so they created a cost-sharing schema. Okay, so they over time they created a lot of, let's say, mechanisms that end up being institutionalized in order to create a business model behind. So there's an economic model nowadays, and there's at the same time coexisting with activists or volunteers, or simply tech-savvy people that use that as a platform for doing research. Okay, and the last step is that this economic model is not anymore embedded in paper or in rules, but it's embedded in the platform. So it has become really institutionalized as the platform. This model is governed by software nowadays. Part of the model, not everything, of course. They meet, they discuss, they change rules, but in the end, everything is inscribed in software, and that software is part of the platform.
I have an adjacent question actually. So eventually these startups or these social institutions will have to get their capital from formal markets, right? They'll have to get listed. So do you think our markets and investors have become this mature that, because parameters like ROC and all that will be lower for them, right? Because their market is such. Mm-hmm. So do you think our markets are that mature that they'll not look at them from that financial lens, and investors will actually invest in this?
Well, let me just answer focusing on the context that I know. I mean, in this case, the rules are clear. It's not the markets are mature or not. Simply, they said, if you want to make a business, you can enter here. These are the conditions for making business, and that's it. So it's not talking morally to markets or not. It's business. The point is how to reconcile that business with the other activity. Okay, and by the way, it's not a process of now we create and everything. It's a process of, let's say, maturing the business model. It took more than 10 years to develop a clear model, okay? And of course, there are many contradictions and conflict in that model. There has to be a constant renewal of volunteers, because the volunteers disappear, because you are 20, you are 30, but then when you are 60, maybe you are not anymore interested into that, or whatever. So, I mean, it's not about everything is nice and nobody is lost in this process, okay? But in the end, it's a way to create a model that can keep the original values, okay, while allowing economic model to be developed there.
Morning, Professor John.
Yes.
Thanks for the presentation again. So, I was thinking, when you said the growth happens, then more actors will join the organization. Mm-hmm. As more actors join the organization at different levels, they'll bring their own values. Mm-hmm. The values may be aligned, may not be aligned, and the definition, or at least the interpretation of the purpose may evolve, change for the better or for the worse. Mm-hmm. So how do you think then, let's say, the organization continues to grow as it started and sticks to the original intended purpose? And if that's, I don't know if that's a figment of my imagination, or is that we have a case also in action? Thank you.
Okay. I think it's, well, first, definitely as more enter, new views of the world become there, new priorities, okay? So you can, I could have framed this as a story of power, okay? In the sense that who is dominant, what is the dominant logic at the lower level at each case. Of course, I would say it's not a matter of leadership, but there's a very strong group of people that have remained over time and that have led all this process, okay? It's not top-down, I would say, but it is a strong group of people that has been consciously and unconsciously working around with these framings in order to keep the original values or intentions there, okay? So I'm not able to remember exact question, but what I was listening to you, so definitely there's a risk of drift, or there's a risk in any initiative like this that how to manage this amplification, this breaching, and this extension, and who manage that. So it's not that occurs there without anybody doing that management, okay? So,
Thank you.
sorry if I'm...
Thank you, Brock. I think we will conclude.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Is it working? Oh. I might have to stay away from... That's okay? Perfect. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me today. It's a real honor to be here to give this talk about a subject that I'm particularly passionate about, and also to some extent represent my subject area, to be able to delineate very briefly today what, as marketing academics and practitioners, we have to say about the topic of sustainable and responsible consumption. So going back to the initial framework, I represent more the consumer side of the discussion, although as hopefully you'll see as I sort of carry on through the presentation, that there are important societal and also company-led implications for what I'm going to talk about. So I've divided my presentation in three parts. I'll start by talking about this idea of the myth of the sustainable consumer. Does the sustainable consumer really exist? Who is he or she? I mean, how do we find them, and how do we reach them effectively as marketers? Then I'll discuss the real problem that we often face, that often comes when we do research on sustainable consumption. Why do people don't do what they say they would like to do? So why do so many consumers, as we say, don't walk the talk? I'll close by introducing a framework that I've developed with colleagues as we edited the special issue on the responsible, resilient, and respectful marketing that was presented on the Journal of the Academy of Marketing Science. And that was a great opportunity to really reflect on the state of the academy on these important issues. So let's start with an overview of the problem. So there is a lot of work being done on consumption, on overconsumption, and I'm often asked, why are marketing scholars concerned with these issues? Well, you just open any news outlet and you find stories like this. You know, the fashion industry, for example, I started my academic journey in retailing and studying fashion retailing. And I came across these headlines all the time. Fashion often accused to be one of the most polluting industry. And the old-fashioned system model designed to get people to continuously buy products that you could argue often don't need. Or think about devices. Many of us have multiple devices, and do we ever wonder what happens when we upgrade to the old devices? Where do we end up going? We put them back into trade-in systems, but that also creates, as you can see here, a huge amount of waste. So consumption and overconsumption has a major environmental impact, and as marketing academics and practitioners, we need to reflect on that. moving away from how do we get companies to sell more. Those of you who are in marketing, when we can play with sales as a dependent variable, we're very happy. We know the journals are going to be happy because we're going to show ways of increasing sales. But what I'm trying to challenge today is, well, let's find ways to do that in a more responsible and respectful and resilient way. So, a key issue that we find when we study sustainable consumption is when we ask people if they care about sustainability, what do you think they're going to say? Of course. There's a very interesting article that was published in the International Journal of Research in Marketing, and they look at the interplay between what people think about sustainability and their decision making. But if you end up sort of reading this article, look at this particular table, because they do a great job at summarizing lots of industry studies, big samples. There's even like 16,000 people across different countries. 64% care about sustainability. The first one, 1,000 consumers, not a very big sample, but just look at the number. 77% say, of course I consider sustainability when I make my purchase decision. And this is one of the largest I could find. It was published in Nature Climate Change. 125 countries, 130,000 individuals. Very interesting. When you ask them, do you think government should do more? Of course. Most people say yes. Do you think other people should do more? When this particular case, they were thinking about climate change. Yes. And then they ask them, well, are you willing to commit 1% of your income to fight climate change? And here we can see a little bit more variance. People are a bit more like, actions, danger. Still people are saying yes. But what the study reveals, a very interesting paradox. They also looked at the gap between the number of people who were willing to donate, to give their 1%. You can see here these dots represent, these are all different countries. So they study all sorts of different countries. So the one at the top is, basically people go ask, are you willing to donate 1% or to commit 1% to fight climate change? And then they also ask another interesting questions. Now, thinking about the people in your country, out of 100 people, how many do you think are willing to contribute that 1%? And all the time, across the world, people underestimate that. And that is a major barrier to sustainable behavior. We think, okay, I want to do it, but nobody's doing it, so why should I bother? Okay? That creates what we call pluralistic ignorance, which really affects this area of behavior. So individuals around the globe systematically underestimate what others might want to do, and they use that as an excuse. Why they do that? Because we are conditional cooperators. And there's a lot of research that shows that in particular when it comes to public goods, we like to contribute if we believe that others will do so. Okay, so that is a major barrier to the manifestation of the behavior in this area. So one of the key issues when it comes to identifying the sustainable consumer and trying to really understand who are they, why do they buy, why they don't buy, is that many organizations think about sustainable consumer almost in a dichotomous way. So a consumer is either sustainable and does everything right, or non-sustainable. Okay? In reality, and I think here is where as marketers, both as marketing researcher and as marketing professionals, we can really help. In reality, there is an interesting degree of variation in sustainable consumption. So the green consumer himself is a myth. So it's very difficult. Yes, there is a segment of the population that is always connected to with sustainability, but in reality there is way more variation in that. Okay, so the reality is that sustainable consumption, sustainable behaviors are context-specific, category-specific, and this is something that we need to reflect on. Yesterday I had a very interesting conversation with your faculty about the need to think about more context-specific research, external validity, identify very specific boundary conditions of these effects that we claim generalize. And this area is particularly important in that respect. So treating all different consumers as the sustainable consumers as one monolithic group is very dangerous. We end up missing to understand what are their main drivers. How can we connect with them? How can we really sort of speak to them? How can we research them effectively? And there is another interesting piece of work that looked at this diversity, and they find that they sort of segmented the consumer across two dimensions. On the bottom axis, the extent to which people are willing to commit to sustainability across different product categories. So they looked at different categories of consumption. On the y-axis is how much they're willing to pay, so more for sustainable product across categories. And yes, we do have the mythical sustainable consumer, the champions, but it's only 8%. For the most part, most of us are selective about sustainability. Okay, so a segment that I'm particularly interested in as a marketing researcher are the image-driven. These are the people that commit to sustainability, so they're willing to pay a premium price, but only for purchases where they can show status. Fashion, for example. I can show that this jacket is sustainable, is made with recyclable wool, and so I can basically demonstrate my sustainable behavior. So a key step in understanding this consumer is also understanding the heterogeneity of sustainable behavior and the way people think about sustainability. And because I was coming here, I also looked at some research. And if you look at India, this is a report by Ipsos India. The situation is very similar here. Obviously, I'm not an expert of this local market, but again, if we look at the spread and if we think about the level of concern that people have and the extent to which they're willing to act, we can see similar patterns of diversity in the system. So now we know, hopefully with this very brief introduction, we know that yes, there is a mythical sustainable consumer. We know that people care or say they care about sustainability, but we know that there are barriers that block this attitude, which is often very powerful, to move into an actual behavior. And so what I want to think about now with you is why? Why is this happening? What can we learn from? There's a lot of scholarship on this that can help us understand more about why consumers are not walking the talk. They're not really following or transferring those attitudes into actual behaviors. So again, there is a lot of research being done on what we call the attitude-behavior gap. I just want to show you this study because I found it quite powerful in a way. So this is an industry study by PwC, very recent one. And the usual study where they ask people, do you care about sustainability? Do you, in this particular case, the question was, actions taken to improve health of the land and environment can result in higher costs for food producers. Which of the following statement best represent your attitude? And 44% said, I would pay more for my food to support these actions. You ask them, of course, 44% say, yes, it's a pretty large sample across different countries, so very representative study. But then in the same study, which I don't know if it did this intentionally, but for me was actually very revealing, they also asked, okay, do you search for any of this information? They didn't monitor the actual behavior. They asked something very simple. Before even going down the route and checking whether they actually purchased those products, they simply asked, well, did you actually just research? And 82% of people said no. So earlier on they said, of course it's very important, but I cannot be bothered even to research it, let alone to buy, which is shocking. And we see this over and over. It's obviously a major problem. Another study, you'll find lots of this data, again, a pretty large, there's 80% of consumers say they care about sustainability, but only 1 to 7% report actually want to pay a premium price or paying a premium price across different categories. It's a real problem here. So this is a a classic problem in marketing research. For those of us who do research in this area, how do we cross this gap? How do we get customers to connect these attitudes and behaviors? And there are interesting explanations about it, why this gap is manifesting, what are the main issues here. Social desirability, which is a big problem when we do research in this area. We capture often, when we ask those questions, we ask people whether they care, we capture mostly social desirability. Implementation. This is an area that is under-researched, at least in marketing. How do we help consumers make plans so then they can translate the attitude in an actual behavior? And sometimes making those plans is very difficult. We all want to be sustainable, but lots of things get in the way. How do we identify those contingencies that block the implementation? So actual behavioral control at the point of purchase is often a function of price, availability, time. There's all sorts of factors that influence the decision, which are very different from the factors that you perceived could have influenced you. So the best laid plans idea. So we make these amazing plans, but in that it's very difficult to follow through. There are also situational cues that, if deployed in certain ways, can distract attention. There is research on this as well. Promotion, stock out, social presence. These are all aspects that can increase or decrease people in sort of sustainable consumption tendencies. There's a very interesting piece of work that talks about this idea of green to be seen. So people like to purchase sustainable products when there is someone else that can actually verify what they're doing and see what they're doing and praising them. And also ethical concerns might compete with other goals. Convenience, it's just easy to go to the store downstairs and get a product, or value for money. There is sometimes the perception that sustainable alternatives are more expensive. So there is a very interesting framework that I often go back to that kind of does a really good job at bringing the different barriers to sustainable behavior together. It was conceptualized in relation to climate change, but it's very applicable to a marketing context, and it's called the dragons of inaction. And it does a great job at summarizing why consumers don't walk the talk. So it talks about these different biases that I'm very briefly, in the interest of time, I'm going to talk to you about. So the first one is one of my favorite. Limited cognition, the ancient brain idea. So the fact that, as I said, this was conceptualized in relation to climate change, but we can apply to other sustainability-related issues. It feels too abstract to most people. It feels very difficult to pin down, far from us. And therefore, we are sort of programmed to basically respond to immediate threats. The ancient brain idea. Ideologies, belief systems and stories that we've been told Mother Nature will come and save us, or there's going to be a new technology that will come in and solve the problem. AI will change the world and we'll find a solution to climate change also through AI. Comparison with others, connected to the nature study that I talked to you about. So the idea that nobody's doing this, why should I do it? Okay, that actually is a very powerful factor that creates inaction. Sunk costs. Oh, I've already invested in a car. It's going to be expensive to transition to electric. There's all sorts of things that I need to change in my life that have already been put in place. Discredence, major problem, a major area of interest. I was talking to one of your colleagues who does some really interesting work on fake news, and we're talking about how the narrative of fake news in relation to these issues is particularly persuasive, and what can we do as scholars, as academics, to be able to communicate counter-arguments so people understand that we're facing real threats. Perceived risks. Is it going to work? Not work? There's some very interesting work that looks at the perceived efficacy of sustainable products And for example, if you learn that a detergent is sustainable, you might end up using more because you think it's a bit too gentle. So there's all sorts of perceptions around whether these products might work or not. And then limited behavior. So people might act, but not enough. You go to Starbucks in the morning and you say, well, don't put the plastic lid. You just take your cup and walk. And because you've done that, you feel like, I'm good. You can justify some other behavior, which is another of my favorite mechanisms, and it's moral licensing. Okay, very powerful, very dangerous as well. Okay, so the idea that when people perform or are credited with doing something good, then they feel that they have some credit to then behave in an inconsistent way. Okay, and that's why, going back to what I said at the beginning, we might be sustainable in certain part of our lives, but not in other parts. And as marketing researchers and practitioners, we need to identify that, because then we're able to interfere with those signals and do something that is really meaningful in a way. And so now that we know consumers care about sustainability, or we assume that they care, or they know at least, because all those studies, hundreds of studies show that people know about sustainability, they say that is important. We know, however, that there are barriers to their behavior because of those cognitive biases that I've outlined. What can we do? And this is where our work comes in, and the work that we have done in collaboration with some of the greatest minds in marketing, because the specialist was a fantastic experience to bring together some leading voices in the field and really combine the research. And so we develop a framework that is designed to bring together all these ideas and really sort of delineate some clear research directions for marketing academics, as well as some clear practice directions for companies. So it's called the HEROES framework, and it builds on three key principles. Okay? Responsibility, respect, and resilience. And we took this principle conceptually, theoretically, from stewardship theory. So the idea that obviously we need to think about our behavior, not just our individual actions, but also in a more collective way and working for the common good. And so how do we make marketing and marketing practice more responsible, understanding that resources are limited, and that we need to replenish them, more respectful, taking into account the diversity of different stakeholders and different lived journeys, and more resilient, thinking about the long term, thinking about sort of a longer horizons. And so around this, we formulated 6 key imperatives: holistic integration, ethical practices, regenerative efforts, openness to innovation, empathetic engagement, and storytelling for representation. And I'm going to take you through these different aspects with some examples from the research that was conducted, as well as some practical examples, so you can see how these actually can translate in real life. So holistic integration. This emerged from the realization that sustainability needs to be integrated at systemic level. System thinking, obviously, plays an important role here. And some of the contribution our specialists should really speak to this idea of integrating stakeholders into the sustainability system, not making the sustainability a problem of a sustainability department, but making sure that across the entire organization, all the functions are aligned to reach these goals. Okay. Engaging stakeholders, because you increase, there is an interesting contribution in our special issue that talks about this idea of if you bring stakeholders in, that increases psychological ownership, and again, it's a motivator of their behavior. And then marketing can play a key role. Why? Because we have data, so we can navigate we monitor performance, and also we can orchestrate storytelling and communicate sustainability effectively. So if you want an example of a company that we think really does this quite nicely, look at Natura, Brazilian beauty brand that really has, across the entire organization, from the top all the way to the people that work with the communities in the Amazon, have integrated sustainability as a systemic sort of priority. So every function, from executive remuneration to financial reporting to marketing strategy, is aligned on purpose, on sustainability. Ethical practices. So how do we implement this systemic integration of sustainability? Well, through ethical practices. What do they involve? Making sure that purpose is intrinsic to the organization, is not just an add-on. Again, there is some interesting work in marketing on this idea of internal, intrinsic versus add-on purpose and the different sort of effects that can generate. Openness and transparency. So my early work that I've done in this area concerned with transparency. How do we create perception of transparency by making people aware of the behind the scene in the organization? And what does that do to consumers? Well, it increases trust, willingness to pay. So it's a powerful, especially nowadays with many consumers, it's a powerful motivating factor that leads to consumer engagement. Consumers perceive the organization as more caring. They attribute altruistic motives, and that leads to more long-term engagement. So these ethical practices, at least in our framework, are the conduit through which that holistic integration can be implemented. And so again, if you want to look at an interesting example, look at Tony Chocolate, how they make transparency a core part of their mission. They even have a bean tracker where they can track, they want to, their mission is to go from bean to bar, track the whole system. How they make their supply chain open source, so other companies can actually join in. So these ethical practices become the core of their business models. And then regenerative efforts. So when we sort of develop this work, we said, well, it's not just about, doing good. We need to do more. Okay, we need to give back. And that's why, and then there's some very interesting work in the special issue that talks about repair, for example, and how do we sort of bring in a repair culture. So we need to go beyond harm reduction, so proactively restoring natural and social resources. We need to think about regeneration. And now that second-hand regeneration are becoming more socially accepted, how do we promote those business models more? And also social regeneration. So it's not just about replenishing environmental resources, it's also about the social resource. When you work with communities, when you work with certain groups that need additional protections, how can organizations become allies of those groups? So there's some interesting example here. In the luxury sector, we see more and more organizations after the sector has been under fire because companies were burning clothes or throwing away stuff. They now understood that they also need to embrace a more circular model. IKEA, for many years we thought of IKEA as, you go to IKEA, you buy furniture and then you throw it away and it's fine, and you go back, and they understood, well, if we really want to lead on sustainability, we need to rethink our business model. And so more circular practices are coming in. And then some very interesting grassroots, I love grassroots initiatives in this space, like the Repair Cafe, which was founded by a journalist in the Netherlands, and then now is a global movement where people volunteer time to help other people in the community repair products so they don't have to throw them away. So how can we ensure that these grassroots initiatives are really supported? And then a powerful way of pushing the agenda forward, creating regenerative effort, is obviously cultivating an openness to innovation and embedding sustainability into the innovation mindset of the organization, developing areas and spin-offs in the organization that can dedicate the focus to innovation. Experimentally working through different solutions in ethical ways, understanding from the onset which are the key groups that we need to bring in. And there is some interesting work in the special issue that talks about how organizations can find different pathways of innovation that are sustainable, that are responsible, also by integrating different partners in the process. So again, an example that often comes to my mind is the collaboration we did Adidas and Parley for the Ocean, when they sort of recognize the major problem that plastics and microplastics are for pollution of the oceans, and they develop a number of initiatives. From a marketing perspective, this is interesting because they also created a product that represented the problem itself. So the product, you can argue it's more of a marketing spin-off, but it was an effort, and it was the beginning of a number of initiatives that these two organizations have done together. And then we wanted also in the framework to capture the social aspects of sustainability engagement. Okay, so far I've been talking about actions and initiatives and strategies that are more in the domain of environmental sustainability. But what we conceptualize as the bedrocks of the framework, responsibility, resilience, and respect, also can be used as lenses to understand the social aspects. And in our framework, we articulated two key priorities that are in the area: empathetic engagement, so thinking about inclusivity, creative, inclusive environment, thinking about internal stakeholders. So our colleagues in HR are definitely ahead compared to us in marketing. In marketing, we don't do enough in terms of researching accessibility for consumers and diversity issues related to consumers. So it's an area that, if you're interested in this work, there is definitely space here. Thinking about the lived experiences, there is some very interesting work in our special issue by Samantha Cross that looks at different pathways that people take, to create their identities through consumption in relation to diversity. And then thinking about authenticity as a two-way dialogue, really embed these people within the organization, thinking about how you can leverage their capital and really embed empathetic engagement all the way through. One of my favorite examples is Microsoft and how they developed a series of adaptive accessories. And interestingly, the adaptive mouse was designed by one of the Microsoft designers whose daughter has cerebral palsy. And he was experimenting on how to help her with her sort of different braces, and he tried to 3D print different braces, leg braces for her to be able to walk properly. And as he did that, he started experimenting and creating an adaptive mouse, which then led Microsoft to explore a number of other products. The most famous one is, I think, the Xbox adaptive console that was also developed in collaboration with the realization that gamers, within that community, diversity was an important issue. They really wanted to be more inclusive, and they understood that product design was a conduit to that. And then finally, the area where, as marketers, as marketer researchers, we often devote quite a lot of interest, which is storytelling for representation. And again, this is an area that when we edited the special issue, we found it really needs to be pushed. We need to change the way we talk about sustainability. We need to think about how do we use some of the ideas around narratives, around storytelling, to tell a different story about sustainability. So how do we communicate that transparency, those ethical practices, so that we can move consumers from, passive observers of sustainability to more active sort of operator? How do we identify stakeholders that are diverse, that we can embed in the communications? And how can we become powerful allies? So there's some work that I've done when we looked at how organizations can fill in when regulators, where policy is not helping, okay, and they become allies of marginalized groups through consumption. And that creates a win-win situation for the organization and for the consumers. Again, some examples here that just to show you that this framework has real-world application. Fenty Beauty by Rihanna, credited for creating the Fenty effect. Again, they realize how in the market many women couldn't find the right shades of products and felt to some extent left out. And they sort of launched a sort of a wider line of colors. That was actually more, it was just more than the product. The entire messaging of the organization was about embracing this representation, embracing this diversity. And then more in the, thinking about storytelling, more in the environmental space, Patagonia and the famous Don't Buy This Jacket campaign. Now you could argue, well, actually they end up selling a lot of those because it became a little bit of an iconic product, but at least it's an effort. It's an effort to rewrite the narrative around sustainability, that the sustainable products are not just bland and unfashionable, but are interesting and relevant, and bringing that message back to be able to move beyond those cognitive biases that I talked about. So hopefully with this address, I was able to convince you that, yes, the sustainable consumer is there, but we need to look a little further and understand the heterogeneity that is there in the market. People are aware of sustainability and sustainable related issues, but their behavior often doesn't connect with those attitudes. Why? Because there are a number of biases that come into play. And what can we do at more organizational level? Well, hopefully the HEROES framework provides a roadmap, mapping some of the key priorities, both in terms of potential research directions in academia and practice to be able to address these issues. Thank you. You can see hands.
Good morning, Professor. So my question was regarding the attitude behavior gap that you talked about, and specifically in the context of developing societies. So in these societies, we can see there's a significant consumer population that belongs to the low income segment. And these are the people for whom survival is the primary objective there. And even though there might be, and even if there are products that might be fit within the price that are appropriately priced, there might be a lack of education and awareness within these societal and the people. So how do we take this message to the bottommost level of our society, where such responsible behavior can be seen all across the layers of society?
Thank you. That's a very good question. So the two important aspects to consider. One is that we need to switch the focus of the responsibility from the consumer to the organization. Okay, so we often have this narrative, we hear this narrative of how do we make consumers more responsible? Well, let's start to make organizations more responsible. We don't want to offload the responsibility on consumers. Okay, we need to make consumers aware of the options, of the possibilities of a more sustainable behavior. But the primary responsibility lies with organizations to make sustainability available and affordable also for groups that cannot afford the slightly more expensive sort of alternative. Meat consumption is an interesting case. There was an interesting article a couple of months ago that talked about, well, if being able to afford meat substitute is actually a luxury. Those are very expensive. Outside the possibilities of many people on the planet. So sometimes we cannot be sustainable because we cannot afford a sustainable alternative. So priority number one is to ensure the organizations are responsible. Priority number two is how do we educate individuals to ensure that they take these initiatives into consideration. And I'm a big believer of more sort of grassroots initiatives rather than trying to be prescriptive about this is how you should be behaving, working with communities, helping aspects of the community then gradually that would lead to a more generalized perception of sustainable behavior. The chocolate case it's very interesting in that respect because they've done a lot of work with the cocoa production communities in the various areas which they operate, and that has a trickle-down effect across different areas.
So thank you for the presentation. It was a great framework. But now, although you showed a lot of empirical proof of where this storytelling is working, right? But I was just curious that was there a research conducted where we took a control group where we were not doing the storytelling and a test group where we were doing the storytelling, and was there a statistical difference between the willingness to pay the premium? So is it statistically also proven that this storytelling is leading to the increase in the willingness to pay the premium of sustainability?
So this was a sort of a conceptual piece of work that came from bringing together all the different contributions in the special issue through the lenses of that stewardship idea. I can speak more broadly about it. I'm aware of studies that look at the impact of sustainability, at least at attitudinal level. And that is often the problem. Studies on labels, for example, they look at when people see sustainable labels, they might sort of at least report a higher willingness to pay, for example. But does that translate into the behavior? That is the challenge. That is where we should be looking for that significant, and then where things become a little bit more complicated.
So a very nice presentation and very insightful though. So I have a question that how do we as producers manage the anti-narratives created in the market due to our political misalignment despite adapting this framework?
So can you just reframe the question a little bit? Sorry.
I'll repeat. How do we as producers manage anti-narratives created in the market due to our political misalignment with the leading party despite adapting this framework?
Okay, so it is a challenging one in the sense that obviously it's very dependent on the political context in which we operate, especially now, because we went, let's say globally, without mentioning any particular country or government, we went from a generalized support for these ideas into denialism, into less, let's be politically correct, and say less generalized support, okay? I don't want to talk about any particular person in that case. Organization now, more than ever, have an important role to play. And then we showed with another study that we did around marginalized, stigmatized consumer groups, when public policy is not there, we saw how important is the role of the organization. We studied, for example, how Netflix created policies that were more open for parents of all sorts of type of families. Lush cosmetic as well. So there is a real opportunity for producers, for companies to fill in when the general public infrastructure is shifting because of political issues.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, I am Professor Vikram Hande from SIS College of Management Studies. Thank you for sharing the case of Adidas and a second company. I want to ask question, how these companies are implementing AI in their marketing so that consumer awareness will increase?
So that case is interesting because they started the collaboration with the product. And that was their way in the collaboration. And I think again, if I look at this purely from a marketing lens, that was a smart operation because many companies do these collaborations. But we're going to start by launching a new product, something tangible that consumers can see, they can buy, they can appreciate the collaboration. But that wasn't just the end of it, which I think that's why the example is powerful, because they've done a number of other initiatives in collaboration with Partly by the Ocean to resolve this problem. They haven't necessarily translated into a commercial gain, selling products, but they use that initial product as a way of communicating to the world that this was happening. And so from a marketing standpoint, that was a good storytelling ploy. We're going to give voice to the initiatives, while behind the scene we're going to continue operating in a number of other areas that we're not going to necessarily shout about, because that's important work and it doesn't need to translate into a new product all the time.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
It's in your presentation brought out, and research also shows that 3 of the major barriers seem to be access to information, convenience, and lack of trust in the sustainable or circular options which are being there, right? So extended producer responsibility is one area which is being looked at.
Yes.
Beyond individual producers, where do you see role of other people in terms of being able to help the consumers identify which is a genuinely sustainable versus a greenwashing product claim, or in terms of enhancing the convenience, because as you said, consumer will not search and consumer will not put in effort. So beyond the individual producer, who do you see will play a role in this? Thank you.
A very good question, and very much linked to some of the work that I'm currently doing now. So we are working on eco-labels. And in general, we're working on sustainability signal and how can we communicate sustainability more effectively to the market. And there are some major issues there, because with sustainability in particular, there are all sorts of effects that come into play. So you read sustainable and you start thinking about healthy. You read sustainable and you start thinking about organic. And so people might get extremely confused. Or think about product packaging, all sorts of different messages and labels that are attached to the packaging. So here, the role of the regulators become very important. There's way too many labels, that's what we find. Some labels are not externally regulated, they're just created by organizations that to some extent self-certify themselves. So we need I think a stronger policy effort here on the signals that need to be more protected when it comes to sustainability. Whether it is a more national or in Europe, the European community has launched a European eco-label, so a general framework for basically certifying products as sustainable, so then consumer can be reassured. Or perhaps at category level, so organization, industry bodies can also help and fill in the gap in that space. But that is definitely an area that needs to be looked at. It's happening in many sectors, like electronics, for example. Food and beverages, in general, fast-moving consumer goods lag a little bit behind in that space because of it's actually really complex.
Hi. So I was wondering if through your work, do you know of any examples where producers may be walking the talk differently? So instead of incentivizing environmental consumption, say via eco-labels, are they trying to sort of sell these products, say, at 25% cheaper prices? Because as we know, pricing is still the most important determinant of consumption decisions. So do you know of any examples like that?
So I don't know of any example directly speaking to the idea, but there's been an example of trying to reframe the sustainability message, in particular in categories where people started to associate sustainability with less desirable qualities, whether they think that the product is less efficient or whether they think that design might be a little bit bland. So one of the problems that early work in sustainability in fashion showed that people were thinking about sustainability and then, oh, it's kind of bland beige cotton and it's not going to be very exciting. So there's been work trying or practices trying to shift that away, which has caused some other issues. So for example, marketing a product as organic as opposed to sustainable can increase willingness to pay, but then what does organic really mean? How do we regulate the term organic, for example? So, and that's one of the challenges, for example, in labeling sustainable product in the food and beverage sector in particular, are all these like spillovers and connections that people make that perhaps are not fully justified. So I'm not aware of marketing the product is cheaper to lead to sustainability, but other pathways have been used, but again, that creates other complexities.
Hi.
Hi.
It's more of an observation. You spoke about willingness to pay and minding the gap, and how does it really predict the economic performance of a firm, in the sense that When Paul Pullman came up with the Unilever Sustainable Living Plan almost a decade back, and they did a lot of initiatives in sustainability. However, Unilever as a, if you see relative FMCG performance in that sector, has not been all that great versus the other FMCG companies. So is there really a connection between doing sustainable things and then economic performance of the firm, or do you not see any?
That's the million-dollar question, I would say, because obviously there's been a lot of hype on sustainability rankings of organization and trying to understand whether that it's connected with organizational performance. The reality is that operating sustainably is expensive. So if organizations really commit to that cost increase, at least in the short term, and you really need to plan for the future. Now, I study this at more micro level, so I study this very much from the consumer point of view. So the literature I'm aware, at least in the marketing domain, talks about an advantage of embedding, for example, stakeholders in sustainability practices. So one of the articles in our special issue sort of speaks to that advantage, but I'm also aware that in other discipline, that link is not that sort of clear, and there is also evidence that goes against it, which is where, and I really like your initial slide at the beginning, because that's why it needs to be a systematic sort of process. It's about the consumer, it's about the organization, but it's also about the institutions and the sort of broader government to kind of bring together that agenda. Because otherwise we default back into individualism and think, well, that company is not doing it, why should we do it? They're making profit by not doing it, we should do the same. And again, the system collapses. Yeah.
Yeah, so, hello, thank you for that presentation. I was wondering that how does your framework take into account the planned obsolescence and perceived obsolescence? Because I was trying to just, because both of them perceived, while it may seem very consumer driven, but it is also implanted into the minds of the customers eventually. So how do they two kind of come in here?
It's a very good question. And when we thought about the regenerative effort, we really thought about that and how, for many years, if you think about Apple products, so Apple products are marketed as fashion accessories. So we wear Apple. And that is what pushes the obsolescence. So like as soon as there's a new version of the product, we feel like, as in fashion, we want to be fashionable and we want to get the new product. And so that's why pushing regenerative efforts can be a way of counterbalancing this, where organization might think about, okay, how do we plan for waste? How do we plan for alternative channels through which some of the products can be repurposed? IKEA is also a good example of, the general message was you buy and, when you're tired, you just throw it away, come back and buy again. But now they're thinking about alternatives to that model. So when we sort of conceptualize the framework, building on some of the contributions on repair, reuse of products, we sort of create this idea of the regenerative effort that addresses that issues partially. I can see. Yeah.
When you look at firms at scale, right, they compete on price competitiveness simply as a factor of scale. So when you have new age businesses, how do you even cope with the massive supply chain that has been established by these large firms? How can we start in an environment that's dominated by the likes of the HULs and the P&Gs?
Yeah. Another excellent question, and something that often comes to our minds when we do this kind of research, that often the cases that we see are large organizations that can afford to move some resources to be able to be a bit more sustainable than usual. Okay, and then when it comes to newer organizations, small businesses, way more complex to be sustainable first. Okay, so how do we do that? What can we bring into the mix to help those organizations to do it? So the work that we saw really spoke to the importance of creating grassroots support, of these sort of small businesses identify constituency of customers they can really speak to, niche of segments for which what they offer becomes extremely relevant, and then leverage those as the initial support to then scale up. So that seems to be a pathway that smaller businesses are taking, but it's challenging. I was just recently chatting with the founder of a small business in the sustainable space, and she was telling me how expensive it is, for example, to get the B Corp certification, and how complex and bureaucratic it is that it's almost outside the possibilities of a small business. And so, yeah, there are still very critical systemic barriers that we need to tear down for those small businesses. But it's a very good question.
So we'll wrap up this particular session, but before we do so, let's thank our two wonderful speakers.
Thank you.
So we will resume on time. Trains run on time here, 11 o'clock. We're going to get started again. I would encourage those that are coming back for the second session, which is the first half of the group, to be in by 10:55. And I'd encourage the doorkeepers to make sure that we start having the next group come in at 10:55 as well. 11 o'clock, we'll get going with two more wonderful speakers. Thank you. Have a good break.
These two forces, technology and business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world. Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Does it say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology?
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society. Hey, check, check, check. Hey. Hey, check, check, check. Hey, check, check, check. Test on. Hey, check, check. Hey, Forces, technology, check, business, test. are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world. Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. Check, so responsibility is something which leads
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience.
understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity.
We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses but to contribute to society.
the back, it would be well appreciated. Okay. A 2-minute recap for those that are new in the audience, presumably watched the first part on YouTube. So for those that are new in the audience, let's essentially do a quick recap of about a minute or two and get going with speakers number 3 and 4. So what we're trying to do today is discuss the application of various academic techniques in solving the aspiration paradox. We've got 4 players. We're looking at the interaction between 4 players that we believe have to co-create, collaborate in order to address this wicked problem that we have. The first 2 speakers came in with their points of views on how a technology innovation, which was grassroots led, so something that combined society and companies, if you look at company as being the offerer of that technology, were able to satisfy consumers who otherwise had been marginalized. Our second speaker focused on the consumers but made the point that consumers by themselves may not necessarily be empowered or enabled to be responsible in all cases, and that there might be responsibilities back on the producer, on the consumer side, or on government, or even on society to perhaps impose certain norms that might then have consumers behave the way we want. So we're now going to go back to this interaction between companies and consumers in our next talk, followed by the role of infrastructure and physical infrastructure by way of supply chains that get provided by the government, that get provided by companies, and that bind all of these things together. So it's my pleasure, therefore, to begin session 2. And session 2 has 2 wonderful speakers. And let me introduce both of them. And the format we'll follow is when Professor Khaled's done with his talk, we will have 10 minutes of Q&A. And then we will essentially have Professor Ed Sweeney come up on stage directly and get started. And then we'll have a set of Q&A after Ed's talk is done. So let me introduce both speakers and welcome them for gracing the occasion. Professor Khaled Hassanein is the Dean of the DeGroote School of Business, McMaster University in Hamilton, which is near Toronto. And he's a Professor of Information Systems at McMaster University as well. His PhD is actually in electrical engineering and computer science, so that makes him a little bit different from a lot of folks in a very, very good way, especially given what's going on with AI right now. And his research spans the area of digital transformation and responsible use of AI, and much more interestingly, neuroinformation systems. He's published over 140 peer-reviewed articles in leading journals, including the usual suspects like MISQ and ISR and JSIS and so forth. But prior to joining McMaster, Dr. Hassanein was a senior research associate with NCR, which is a great company, their payment solution division. He's a joint holder of several US patents, a senior member of the IEEE, and a designated professional engineer with certification I believe he still maintained. Our second speaker is Professor Ed Sweeney, who's the Deputy Executive Dean of the Edinburgh Business School. He's also Professor of Logistics and Supply Chain Management, and again, working as the Deputy Executive Dean at Edinburgh Business School, which is part of Heriot-Watt University. He's worked and lectured extensively across Europe, North America, and Asia. He's no stranger to India, also. And his research interests span logistics, supply chain, and operations management, with a strong focus on applied industry-relevant research. He's published over 200 works, books, chapters, and articles, and he serves on the editorial board of several international journals and is now chairman, or was elected chairman, of the Logistics Research Network in 2015. So with that, please put your hands together and welcome both our speakers. And I'd like to invite Professor Hassanein to begin his talk.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today. I appreciate the invitation to speak to such a distinguished audience. And what I'll be speaking about today is inclusive information and communication technology design. And it's no secret that information and communication technologies have become so pervasive in our lives that they have everything we do on a daily basis is really driven by information and communication technologies for the most part.
I mean, like, think about how much time you spend using an information and communication technology in any given part of the day, except when you're sleeping, which in my case was 2 hours last night. But that's a different story due to jet lag. Should say that I'm part of the DeGroote School of Business and the McMaster Digital Transformation Research Center, which I launched in 2017 with a few colleagues. And right now, when I became dean, Dr. Milena Head is the current director of the center. A lot of these slides relate to some projects that we are collaborating on. And like, she was kind enough to share some of the slides with me, so I have her name there as well. And this is the work of a team, obviously, of people at McMaster, not only from the School of Business, but also from other schools. And what I want to do today is use the context of designing for older adults, which is a unique and growing part of the population using information communication technologies, as an example of inclusive ICT design. So when we get to the right part of the talk, I'm going to situate this within affordances theory, and we'll talk about the uniqueness of older adults as a user group, examples of where tech designers got it wrong for that particular group. We're going to cover why older adults matter when it comes to tech design, so it's not that even it is the right thing to do, but also financially it makes sense to do it. And why designers get it wrong, and thinking differently about how to design for older adults as a group. We're going to talk about mixing behavioral and neuroinformation methodologies to do this appropriately, and try to bridge that digital divide for older adults. And I'm going to describe a major research program that is led by the McMaster Digital Transformation Research Center at McMaster. All right, so when thinking about information and communication technologies, or any product for that matter, one size does not fit all. We are all like exquisitely and uniquely different in so many ways, and therefore we deserve to have designers consider those differences for us. The notion of inclusive design, design for all, universal access, cooperative design, all refer generally to the same thing. ICT solutions that are highly accessible and usable for the widest possible range of users. And in order to arrive there, this is governed by the sample we use when designing, the methodologies we used when assessing how to design for that group, and how we choose to translate the knowledge that we get out of these studies. And be it academic studies or studies done in the industry, like this, when I say knowledge translation, I'm meaning going from academia more so to the business community, or when I mean in the industry, it will be translating the ideas that come about from the research into actual products. So, theory of affordances by Gibson from back in 1986, and it has roots from before then, argues that actions, possibilities that objects and environments offer to an organism afford them to do certain things. And I want to differentiate. I'll give you some examples because not all of us are familiar with it. I'll give you some examples of what I mean. So, here is a chair. A chair is an object. When you find a chair, you look at it, it intuitively invites you to sit down. Okay? It provides you with an opportunity to rest as an outcome. But the shape of the chair is the affordance. In order for you to get the outcome of resting when you sit down, you have to perceive that the chair is there. Like, if you can't see the chair, you're not going to know about that affordance. Another affordance of the chair is that you can carry it and move it around. right? If you have a problem with some disability, or if you have a back issue like me, maybe this chair is too heavy, so you can't carry it. In that case, if it could be better designed if it had some wheels, which a lot of chairs do. So organisms naturally need to perceive the affordance to action it. And actioning it is actually using the product to achieve the intended outcome. Affordances are not features of the product. So the fact that this chair is made out of wood for the most part it could be made out of another material. That's a feature of the product. But this is not the affordance. The affordance is how it is shaped. A mug has a handle. The handle invites you to hold the mug from that handle, right? So that is the difference between a feature and an affordance. When you see the sign, it's a garbage can. Everyone knows what a garbage can is, and you see it physically, you throw rubbish in it. When you see it on a computer screen, it has the same meaning. You can delete a file. And that's quite universal. Everyone understands that, can relate to that. It is an affordance. When you see this, like, how many people have held one of these in their hands? If you held one in your hands, you're aging yourself, but, you know. So for this side, where the students are, right, they've never held it. And have we not taught them that this is how you save a file, because there is something called a 3.5-inch floppy drive that used to exist. It held about, I don't know, 144 kilobytes, some ridiculous amount. You wouldn't know, okay? So that would not be an appropriate affordance for you. It is for me and people of my generation a little bit after, but it's not for younger population. So this is what I mean, like it goes in both directions. So an older adult might not know some of the like newer nuances of an affordance that might make sense to younger people. A more recent article by Asghari, Okoli, and Degene in 2025 came up with this model, affordance-based IT sense-making. So we're now taking the theory of affordances and we're zooming in on information and communication technologies. And here they refer, and I quote, explicates IT sense made as a distinctive ontological arrangement among the users. Perceptions of technology, affordances. The affordances that users actualize and the user characteristics that underpin optimal adoption. There are three elements of this particular sense-making model or configuration. There is the affordance perception, like I have a chair, it looks like I can rest in that chair. That's an affordance. There is the affordance actualization. That is, I need to perceive it in order to achieve the intended outcome of that chair. And in order to take advantage of the perception and the actualization, I need to be able to do this. I need to have the characteristics to perform those actions, to perceive and actualize. Without this, I cannot do it. So if something is designed for a particular group that has certain characteristics, another group may not be able to have the perception of the affordance or the actualization of that affordance to have the intended outcomes. And in fact, I would argue that not only they may not be able to get the benefit or the positive outcome, it could result in a negative or unintended outcome. So it could be harmful. Okay. So someone who doesn't have stability, you give them a chair with wheels, they go to sit on it, and they fall with it. So you have to build these into the product. Okay. So let's talk about some age-related changes. Those vary from physical to cognitive to perceptual. And we'll take examples. And directly from the, but applicable to information communication technologies as well. We have a lot of changes in vision, okay? And some of us will identify with some of these examples I'm going to mention. So farsightedness, even younger people are suffering from that because they're born almost using screens. Lenses in our eyes thicken over time, and you start seeing things in a yellowish hue. the shorter wavelength of light is affected as you age. What does this mean? It means that you start seeing violet and blue merging together. You know, if you're like me, navy and black, I have to take a double take or a triple take a lot of times. You start seeing violet as brown, okay? We need to take these things into account when designing for older adults, okay? And a lot of the problems arise that younger adults are designing products online for younger adults, not for older adults. Okay, so we have a reduced intensity, sensitivity for color intensity, and colors slowly fade away as we age. So become less sensitive to color intensity. Let's take an example here from a website. So here is this website that has 3 renderings across there, and I want you to focus on here. Most of us can see that. We can see the contrast of the different colors, but when you start applying what age does to you, reduced contrast, reduced saturation, and yellow filter, you start seeing this. And you can appreciate now an older person looking at that second image is unable to read the text because they have this reduced contrast. So when they see something like this, they're slower, they're frustrated, and you can appreciate what your peripheral parts. So all of these things reduce your accuracy. Memory. And don't get me started there, right? So we have problems with recall affecting like infrequently used objects or workflows. Complex interfaces, we can't remember that. Navigation, multiple required steps. You know, multi-factor authentications, I hate it. I hate multi-factor, I mean, most people do. But for some of us, it's easier than others. If you can know how to alternate between your cell phone and you know, it's like an older adults, by the time they get to their cell phone, the time has lapsed. They have to start over. So these are, like, think about a 90-year-old person, for example, like my father. Okay. Cognitive abilities. Fluid cognitive abilities diminish as we age, but on the bright side, there is a great article by Tams on et al. on like aging and information communication technologies. They talk about crystallized like abilities, and crystallized abilities like ability to write and assimilate ideas and so on, because of the experiences you've gained over a lifetime, go up, while your fluid abilities like acting quickly, memory and so on, go down. So when you have things like pop-ups and ads that you have to deal with as you are shopping and so on, this is very overwhelming for people like older adults who can't suppress noise that are not related to the main task. So they get flustered and distracted quite a lot. Here is a popular website, Wayfair. Like, this information and the 60% off and all of that will be too much and of an information overload for an older adult. So too much information and lack of attention and focus. Other age-related changes due to perceptual changes now, related to the life experiences and stage of life. So over time, older adults accumulate a lifetime of wisdom and experiences that they can overlay on the experiences on when they're navigating a website, for example, which may be helpful or maybe like not that helpful. They might have ideas about themselves that dissuade them from using it, like being a self-ageist, for example. I am too old to learn a new trick. I'm not going to learn this ever, even though it could be easy. When you start explaining to them, they're not even listening. They know that this is beyond me. I'm not going to get there. Changing social and life factors may matter. So, for example, older adults that live with their grandkids are better at this than older adults that live alone or with their kids only. Why is that? Because every time, for example, my dad asks me a question, I refer him to my son. Like, there is a lost generation in the middle that have no idea how these things work, even though we operate them, right? So it's just, you're an agent connecting these two, right? So the idea here is, if we designed right, think of how much our life would get better, how many less questions you will get from your parents and grandparents if we designed right for them, okay? So other things are related to perceiving you're close to the end of life, like I'm not again going to invest in learning anything else, and quite depressing. And people, like, you know, if they were learning new things, they would not be as depressed. Emotions and attitudes, fear of making mistakes, importance of providing feedback that they've done something right. They don't know if they've done it correctly or not. If you give them that affirmation, then that helps them as well. Like, where am I on a website? You know, if you remind them, where have I been before I got here? And where can I go from here? You know, these things are not easy for them to figure out. Fear of being judged, being scammed, and like new tech in general. So they shy away from using technology. And since I'm a self-skeptic, here is a couple of websites. The Craigslist, for example, quite a famous website. And here you're going to see that first, small and dense text. They can't see it. Blue may be harder to see, so it's blue text is not good for them. Cognitively, too much information, lack of attention and focus. For them to find out what they need here is going to be quite difficult. And perceptually, the psychological feelings of blue and fear of making mistakes or being scammed will dissuade them from performing well on a site like this. Here is a Degroote website. In order for them to hit the contact us, like, you know, you see that line, that indicates that it's clickable, right? And then you go here, and that's what an older adult might be seeing, right? When they click it, you know, you start seeing that it changes color and so on. When you approach it, But without approaching it, they won't see that. So that is a self-critique for our own website. Okay, so why do older adults matter when it comes to technology design? Like I said, this may not be universal, may not be the case in India, but fastest growing segment of the population, 65 and older, using technology. 18.9% of Canada's population. Like, think about that. So to ignore 20% of the population is not a very smart idea. By 2065, more than 1 in 4 people will be an older adult in Canada. And you might ask me what the definition of older adults. To my students is my age plus 5. Okay. But when you think about this, coupled with the fact that retail outlets are actually diminishing and Amazon and the like is increasing, the disposable income that sits largely with older adults, it's not a good idea to ignore that population. It's actually in our best interest, like not only if it's the right thing to do, it is the profitable thing to do for organizations, right? So we should not be ignoring them. Often excluded and marginalized with respect to technology, especially when you intersect the age with other factors such as socioeconomic factors, race, gender, and whether they have a new immigration status, for example. The outcomes which extend beyond the immediate tasks they are performing online. Not being able to access services, services in an increasingly digital world. Things that they used to do in an analog world is no longer available to do analogly, just like I said about the retail stores. So they are frustrated that they can't perform these things on themselves. And in fact, there is an opportunity because they have physical abilities that limit their ability to go out. Now they are sitting home, unable to go out. If you give them a valid way to do this from home, that will actually help them. They feel isolated, detached, and decreasing their connection with society, and generally significant negative impacts on all dimensions of their well-being. So these are things that older adults have told us. So these are quotes. Missed opportunities, lack of services, difficulty with health care, lack of getting value, poor care and health outcomes, barriers to accomplish things that used to be easy for them. Isolation, voices not heard, loneliness, left behind, feelings of uselessness, frustration, socially disconnected, and no one cares. Why do designers not get this or do it wrong then? You're often testing with a convenience sample, not testing with the right sample. Academics are guilty of the same, right? We don't realize how important this segment is in the population, like I mentioned before. And the design and testing for older adults, rather than by and with them. So we are assuming things about them and we're proceeding to design for this. They can't, we have to make the fonts bigger, for example, which is true, but we might benefit from listening. So you end up with a vicious cycle, where older users are viewed as not that important. They can't use technology, why should I care? Superficial or no investment on older user market. The technology not designed for older users' needs and wants. So the older users are frustrated and lose confidence. So they become less involved in using the technology, and this vicious cycle continues. Continue to view them as being not important. And it isn't just an accessibility issue. So the Web Content Accessibility Guide, for example, advocates for content being accessible, perceived, operable, understandable, and robust. So it's not a matter of just bigger fonts or less information, simplification, or dumbing it down. It's more than that. So we have to stop viewing aging as a disability, as a problem. Perhaps view it as an opportunity. Like if you really understand what older people can bring to the table. Designers find it easier to see what older adults can do rather than what they can do. And that is the crux of the problem. So we ought to really start thinking differently about how we design for older adults. These individuals are experienced in the art of living and possess crystallized intelligence. They have different perspectives that deepen our understanding of technologies. They also make business sense to address their needs in an online domain. So it is about augmentation and not simply simplifications. Sorry, I'm trying to manage this. So let's look at this online banking app. So when you ask an older adult, did you have a good experience navigating this online app? They might tell you collectively, no, I had a terrible experience. But where are their pain points? Okay, and this is true of an older adult or a younger adult. We ask these survey questions, were you satisfied with the website? And we get a collective answer, yes, no. But if you said no, where were you frustrated? So you look here and people might be happy when they open it. You ask them to log in, they are less happy. Two-factor authentication, they go down to the lower end of happiness. So very frustrated here. They navigate to bill payment, okay, reasonable. That's why they came to the website. Select the appropriate account, that takes a while. Enter payment, confirm payment, navigate to investments. They go on to check something else. It takes them back to a login. A website like this for an older adult would be very frustrating. But in order to know the pain points, you have to take a more granular look at the design and the tasks performed by older adults. Just relying on behavioral studies has low granularity, a retrospective bias when you ask people about something they visited a month ago or a week ago even, acquiescence bias, and we learned this from testing with older adults who told us that websites were easier than their younger adult counterparts who use the same site. Yet they took much longer to complete. They were just being nice to us, right? So, and that caused us to shift our approach completely. And you want to present yourself in a better light. So, was this a good, like an easy website to navigate? Yes, because I don't want to appear stupid, and that is misleading to the designers. So we needed a better way. So just going beyond just asking the self-reported experience questions. So we go to neurophysiological tools, which NeuroIS is a method of leveraging neuroscience to understand not only the user experience from asking questions, but actually tracking their eye movements, their heart rate, their pupil dilation, their skin conductance, their brain waves, their facial expressions, in order to combine this very rich stream of data with the behavioral questions that you can now probe further to ask them, why did your heart rate go up at this moment when you looked at this part of the screen? Looking for how much time left. So if I collect this data, I'm able to generate heat maps. I'll see where people looked at most, like here searching for a product, how long it took them to search for that product. No longer they were frustrated. The gaze plot would tell me how, like what they looked at and how they got to that point that they fixated on with the red mark at the end. I can start looking at their heart rate and breathing patterns, indicate a lot of correlates to whether they are frustrated or happy. I can look at the facial expression telling me various things about, like, this person is happy, for example, in their experience in the website. How much of the time was it neutral? How much of the time were they sad or frustrated or happy? And that tells you a lot about the design, and you can break this by user group. It gives us insights about engagements, stress, complexity of what they're dealing with. And we took this UX equipment and we put it in a moving usability lab, like you see here, retrofitted a recreational vehicle, and we can go to populations that can't come to us. And that's part of inclusive design. We discovered that older adults can drive. They are not going to come to the lab. We went to them, okay? Which, I know I'm running out of time. I just want to highlight this major research projects involving enhancing the mobility and participation of older adult wellness through digital inclusion at McMaster. This is a project led by the School of Business and involving the 6 faculties at McMaster. So there are researchers from every faculty that are working on this. They're looking at 6 dimensions: digital literacy, information processing, applications, and the meta dimension across the first 5 dimensions. Okay, so for example, I'm working on this misinformation project. There are interdisciplinary teams working together, and it is an interdisciplinary phenomena on each of these projects. We're looking at all aspects of the occupational, physical, intellectual, social, and spiritual and emotional wellness of like older adults in using technology. And breaking it down to groups, like people who have dementia, for example, might have different needs from others. And I'm going to skip some slides in the interest of time, and maybe I can capture this in the questions. The main thing here is that we're bringing older adults to bear on the solutions. Their inputs matter. We're designing with them, we're listening to them, and modifying our designs accordingly. And I likely will stop here and leave you with this, like a few things to go with. Our digital world must be built to honor and amplify older adults, not exclude them. So some takeaways. Inclusive design for different user groups is the right thing to do. Inclusive understanding of the specific group at a deeper level is critical, where user groups are not uniform, so you need to differentiate between the different groups, even within the category of older adults. Co-design with members of the group in question is critical. So you can take anything I said today about older adults and say mid-level managers dealing with AI for making decisions. And how can you stop them from making discriminatory decisions because of failures from the AI? Using the right methods is key. So behavioral techniques only is not sufficient. You have to mix it with some of the newer techniques like NeuroIS. You need an interdisciplinary lens. And you need to translate the knowledge, so your objectives should not be only to publish papers in top journals, but to actually make an impact and make a difference by working with members of industry to translate what your findings into actual products. Older adults are worth designing for, even from just an ROI perspective, like I already said. And I will stop here. Thank you.
Hello, Professor. Thank you so much. It was a very insightful presentation. Just a quick question, which kind of sits on the cusp of consumer perception and their actual actions, right? You took the example of the banking app, right? Wherein you mentioned that at certain touch points, the consumer tends to believe that there are too many steps that we are undertaking and I might not want to do that, which kind of pushes them back and not lets them go through with the process. But at the same time, one would think that the perception is that if there are too little steps which exist for something, let's say, which is a financial transaction, you would tend to believe that it is not safe. So how does one balance that? Like, to what extent would you go deep into not have certain processes in place just to make the process easier?
So I think we have to first study the phenomena and see, like, you have to maintain security and all of that, but study the phenomena to see, like, from an older adult perspective, if you're designing for them, how can you design the website so it's easier to accomplish what you need to accomplish functionally for both the organization, the bank in this case, and the user, right? And how you design it, like, you know, for an older person might differ from a younger person. Right? So, for example, you might use a fingerprint, makes that easier for them to log in without multi-factor authentication. But then they hold these beliefs so that they are going. If they give you the fingerprint, they think they've parted with like the fingerprint. Now it's out there; anyone can find it. Well, in fact, it's not the case, and we've shown that in studies. If you explain that the fingerprint is not captured, that the points on the minutia is captured. And if you tell them, well, I'll give you control, half of it is retained on your debit card and half of it with the bank, they start using it. So you have to engage in that two-way conversation in order to arrive at a solution to problems like these.
Thank you so much for your presentation, sir. It was a really nice thing and a really nice take on it. So one thing which I have noticed till date is rather than learning new things, and digital inclusion, what becomes more tough is to unlearn a lot of things. So when we talk about older adults, they are more habituated to a lot of practices which have been ongoing for a really long period of time. So in spite of having multiple factors which we are trying to inculcate for this digital divide to go away, how do we have a take on this unlearning process for them?
Right, so this is an excellent question. And maybe the answer lies in bringing a group of them together so they can exchange, so they're more receptive, you know, when they hear it from someone who is in the same age group. They may trust them more. Or working with a grandchild who will guide them through and show them how easy it is. You know, I don't have the answers for this, but I know that you have to involve some of the psychology of how to gain the trust of an individual so that they can unlearn some behaviors that they are deeply entrenched in, right? Yeah, thanks.
Hi, Professor, I have a question. This is more so for my grandfather, and he has a ton-load of notifications and subscriptions on his phone. And these are not essentially apps that he intends to use. So while apps that he intends to use, like the banking apps and so on and so forth, you can create pro-social behaviors and help them be compatible for their use. What about the ecosystem at large that is predatory in nature? How do you take care of that?
Yeah, so, I mean, some of the previous speakers spoke about how, like I think it was Matteo, like how organizations need to be more responsible in designing. So maybe there are levels of complexity on a cell phone, and you can choose the level of complexity you want to deal with. But if organizations have management that are incented on maximizing profits, then they're going to design for that effect. So I think we need to align incentive mechanisms in organizations with intended outcomes. If we want to be more responsible, I don't know if am I answering the question? Like you need to like give, say, 3 levels of complexity, and if you're of this age group and you don't want to deal with the complexity of these pop-ups and so on, you can prevent them. But you have to make it easy. Like, you know, you choose it once and it's done. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, so my question is, sir, at one given point of time, you did mention about the younger generation designing for the older adults. So what I want to understand is, with the increased penetration of internet and the digitalization that is happening, how does communication play a role in designing and bridging this gap between the younger generation and the older generation, considering the older generation with the new self-identities that are being created, they do feel isolated when I speak from the digital perspective. So, sir, what would be your take on it?
Okay, so the answer is going to be in having older adults sitting on some of the design teams, not to design, but to inform. And testing repeatedly, does this work for you? Does it not? Why or why not? And trying to augment the design to address the weaknesses of the user and preserve the strength. And this, by the way, applies to any user group. You don't want to replace the user, you want to augment their abilities, right? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes. Excellent. I think it's still just about morning, so very good morning to you. I'm Ed Sweeney from Edinburgh Business School, Heriot-Watt University, and the title of my talk, as you can see, is Co-Creation of Sustainable, Circular and Inclusive Value Chains. And I'm a professor of logistics and supply chain management, so my focus on my perspective will very much be a supply chain one. You've left me, Varun, in the invidious position of being the last person before lunch. So I'm the only thing standing between everybody in the room and their lunch. So I'll make sure to be punctual and to make sure that we finish on time. Let me just say a little bit about me because I think it helps to frame my perspective and the discussion that we will have subsequently. I am an educator, yes, in my current role at Heriot-Watt University. I've also held various academic positions in my home country of Ireland, in Malaysia and in the UK. I'm also a researcher and have worked at various universities in the UK and in Ireland and indeed in Italy, and I will bring that research perspective to my presentation as well. But I'm also an industry professional. And I've spent more of my life working in business and industry outside of academia than I have in academia. So my presentation is designed to bring those various perspectives to bear on the topic that was given to me. I also have some interests outside of supply chains, including in travel. I've traveled to India many times. This is, I think, my 35th visit to India. So it's wonderful to be. That's a really good way of getting the audience on your side. Yeah. So I'm back in one of my favorite countries, and thank you for your hospitable welcome. I'm also very interested in the arts, opera music in particular, and sport, rugby union in particular. And I mention that because I might give some examples from these pursuits to illustrate some of the points I'm going to make. Right, down to business. This is what I'm planning to do in the half hour or so which I have with you. Three things. First of all, I'm conscious of the fact that not everyone in this audience is an expert in supply chain management and logistics. So I want to give you my take on what supply chain management is, what logistics is, and why these things are important, particularly from a societal impact perspective, because that's fundamentally to me what this conference is all about. It's about societal impact. Secondly, what I'd like to do based on my academic and industry experience is try to explain to you what I see as some of the mega challenges being faced by supply chain professionals in businesses of various types and across various sectors. And it's very easy to talk about mega challenges and obstacles and barriers and difficulties. What's much more important to do is to be positive and to try to understand what some possible ways forward might be. And what I'd like to do in that context particularly is to talk to you about how some of the mega challenges shape my own research and indeed research within the supply chain academic community, and how some of the specific bits of work that we're doing are aimed squarely at trying to tackle some of these mega challenges. So back to the first item on the agenda. There's our very classic representation of what a supply chain looks like from source through to consumer. We often talk about the farm to the fork. Matteo, I loved what you said about from the bean to the bar. So another nice alliterative way of trying to understand what a supply chain looks like. So typically we'll have the source, we'll have suppliers, processors, distributors, very classic representation, and it looks quite linear. That's the first thing I will say. It looks like it's kind of left to right. You've got products or services moving from left to right. It's also important to recognize fundamentally that what a supply chain is it's a chain of different organizations, or at least that's one way to look at this particular representation. So we have products or material moving from left to right, we've got money moving from right to left, and we've got information moving in all kinds of different directions. I think what it's important to recognize is when we look at a diagram like this, it looks very simple and it's very intuitive, but it's about recognizing that yes, the product reaches the final consumer through a chain of different organizations, but the reason we call it a supply chain is because the chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Now that's quite profound actually if you think about it, because what it's saying is unless we have the right organizations to work with upstream and downstream in the supply chain, my organization can never achieve its true competitive potential. And I go a step further because it's also about saying unless I've got the right relationships with those organizations upstream and downstream, my organization can never achieve its true competitive potential. And ladies and gentlemen, the reason I think that's profound is because what it's saying to us is competition in 2026 is increasingly not competition between companies, it's competition between supply chains. So if we take the automotive industry, for example, which I used to work in, I don't like to think about Ford competing with Toyota. What I like to think about is the supply chain of which Ford is a part, competing with the supply chain of which Toyota is a part. So we've got that kind of important consideration, and what it means is when we're formulating and implementing strategy, we need to take much more of a supply chain perspective rather than the traditional focus, which was very much on an individual company. So the point is, your success, my success as an organization, yes, it depends on what happens within the four walls of my business, but it depends also on a whole range of factors which happen outside the four walls of my particular business. Here's another way of thinking about a supply chain. It's about buying stuff, making stuff, storing stuff, moving stuff, and selling stuff. And what I will tell you is that in many traditionally managed organizations, what we find is that these activities, these functions, are often managed very much in isolation from each other. They're often measured very much in isolation from each other, and consequently operate very much at cross purposes. So what we see in that traditional representation is a very, very high level of fragmentation. And to me, what contemporary supply chain management thinking is about doing is it's about shifting from that approach characterized by fragmentation towards an approach which is characterized by integration, linking all of these things together. I often say to my students in my examination paper, and that's a very good way of making sure that students listen. If you use that magic phrase, exam paper, everybody suddenly starts to listen. But the point I make is, I'm going to ask you a question in the exam, and the question is, what is supply chain management? But the trick is, you can only use one word to answer the question. And if I were to do that, I think the one word probably would be the word integration. So really what contemporary supply chain management is about to me is facilitating that shift from traditional approaches characterized by fragmentation towards much more integrated and joined up approaches. So joined upness, if that's a word, is a characteristic of a good supply chain. And the way we do that is by holistically managing the key flow systems here, the flow of information in particular. So IT plays a critical role in terms of facilitating that joined upness. And I can't finish this without saying something about logistics. I'm a professor of supply chain management and logistics. And there are many different perspectives on the relationship between those two things. This very widely cited definition of logistics, which comes from the Council of Supply Chain Management Professionals, the main professional body in North America for this field, talks about logistics being that part of supply chain management which is responsible for planning, implementing, controlling the efficient and effective forward and reverse, and I've highlighted the keywords here, flow and storage of goods and so on. And again, between the point of origin and the point of consumption, and ultimately with the objective of meeting customer requirements. That's a bit of a mouthful, but to me fundamentally what it says is logistics is that part of the supply chain which is fundamentally concerned with storing stuff and moving stuff. So if we go back to the buy, make, store, move, sell model, it's about the storing bit and the moving bit. That's what it's about. Right, so if that's what it is, why is it important? And let's think about this in the context of India. If we look at logistics and transport as a sector, in other words, if we define it quite narrowly, it's a massive employer, over 22 million people. And I think that's a very conservative number because it's looking at transport and logistics as a sector. But even if we take that narrow view, what we see is all of the forecasts suggest that the number of people in employment in this sector is going to grow very significantly over the next number of years. It's going to grow at a faster rate than most other sectors. The other thing is, if we think about logistics and transport as a sector, it's about $200 billion American dollars in value. That represents something like 13 or 14% of GDP. So it's a hugely important employment sector, a hugely important source of wealth creation and value add. And more important, if we look to the future, and there have been some very interesting studies undertaken in an Indian context about this, forecast growth in the sector is something like 4.5% per annum, which is massive. That's between 2022 up to 2050, and that will get us up to, in logistics we talk about ton kilometers. That will bring us up to 15.6 trillion ton kilometers by 2050. So a massive increase in terms of where we are now. The other thing I think that's interesting to think about is the World Bank every few years publishes statistics on what is defined as the logistics performance index. And in the most recent of these studies, India was ranked 38th of 160 countries. So that was in 2023. And that was a rise of, I think, a considerable number of places. Back in about 10 years ago, India was ranked below 50, I think 54 about 10 years ago. So we're seeing improvement across the various facets which determine what that overall index actually is. And the national logistics policy of the Indian government has a very strong focus on reducing the cost of logistics as a total, as a percentage of the total cost of everything we do. The other thing I want to say, however, is that all of that will tell us that logistics is important and supply chain stuff is important, but I think it's even more important than the data suggests, because logistics activities happen not just in logistics companies. Supply chain activities happen in companies of all shapes and all sizes across all sectors. And whether I work in retail or in manufacturing or in logistics, my organization is involved inevitably in logistical and supply chain activities. So this is important stuff, ladies and gentlemen. So really my point is, This is crucial, not just to economic well-being, but also to wider societal well-being. So if the focus of this conference is very much about societal impact, I think we can't have an event about societal impact without having a strong logistical and supply chain focus. Right, let's move on. What are the mega challenges? And what I've done here is I've tried to come up with an exhaustive list of the mega challenges would be impossible. So what I've tried to do is to come up with a list which in my experience is indicative of the kinds of challenges we see across multiple sectors, multiple geographies, and we see across companies of different sizes. And I've got 7 of these altogether. The first one is, and every time we talk to companies or anytime we undertake empirical research about this and ask organizations, what is your biggest challenge? The biggest challenge is competition, hyper competition, as we characterize it in many sectors. And we've got increasingly discerning customers and very, very sophisticated marketplaces. So customers looking for more and more in terms of service and in terms of quality. But competition meaning that we've got downward pressure on price. So you've got almost that perfect storm. So how as supply chain professionals can we address that? Secondly, we've got newly developing technology. Now you might find it odd that I've put this up as a challenge because of course it represents a massive opportunity, particularly because information technology correctly deployed gives us enormous potential in terms of increasing supply chain integration. However, increasingly what we see is a digital divide opening up between large organizations in supply chains and their smaller counterparts. So if we take the logistics industry as a for example, the vast majority of freight transportation and logistics companies here in India, in the UK and globally are very small organizations. Very small, often family-owned businesses. And often they are businesses operating on very tight profit margins. So we see very limited investment in innovation and very limited often investment in technology, particularly information technology. Meanwhile, the large counterparts are powering ahead and investing very heavily in quite advanced technology. So we're opening up this divide between the big guys and the small guys. And that's a problem, ladies and gentlemen, because go back to what I said before, if we agree that the supply chain is only as strong as its weakest link, we're inadvertently creating lots of digitally weak links across our supply chain ecosystems. And that is a challenge. So an opportunity and a challenge. Another example of this is rapidly developing technology provides us now with the opportunity to collect lots of data at every single point through the supply chain. But the fundamental point is that data on its own is of very little value to me unless I can transform that data into something which is usable and useful from a management decision-making perspective. And that's the big data conundrum. So how do we transform this data into something useful? And a lot of our work on data analytics in supply chain management is aimed squarely at doing that. Talent, certainly in a UK context, I believe in a wider context, attracting the right talent into supply chain roles can be a difficulty. In the UK, for example, we have a major government-supported initiative called Generation Logistics, which is about attracting young people in particular into careers in logistics and supply chain management. So it's an attempt very directly to deal with this particular challenge. And the point here is that's important because we have so many opportunities around, but unless we have the right people with the right skills and right competencies and right knowledge working in the right roles across supply chains, it's very difficult to make progress. And I'll come back to that in a few minutes. We learned a lot during COVID-19 about supply chains, but what we learned most about was the importance of resilience. Now, resilience is not a new idea in supply chain management, far from it, but we had a very sharp focus placed on the importance of resilience, the need for resilience, and practical things we can do to improve resilience through the COVID-19 period. I'm getting towards the end of this list. Yes, we have increasingly global supply chains which are operating in an increasingly volatile environment. I mean, what we've seen, for example, coming from the United States in terms of tariffs and so forth has changed radically the wider economic environment and trading environment within which most organizations are having to work. And finally, and I left the most important one arguably to the end, we know that activities up and down the supply chain, including but not limited to transportation, contribute to environmental degradation in the form of pollution, but most importantly in the form of greenhouse gas emissions contributing directly to climate change. So a big focus of our work in Edinburgh Business School is about decarbonisation of logistics and decarbonisation of supply chains more generally. Right, that's a long list. I think they're all examples of this VUCA environment that we're working in. Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. That's the kind of new normal. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, I think as a supply chain professional, trying to grapple with any single one of these things would be difficult, but trying to grapple with all of them simultaneously represents almost the perfect storm. We're in a difficult place in many respects. Okay, that's the bad news, but the good news is that there are ways forward. And what I want to share with you very briefly in the context of sustainability and circular supply chains, particularly is the whole idea of circularity. And it's interesting, there was an article in the Harvard Business Review a few years ago by a couple of academics from Cambridge University, and they said, well, circular supply chains are more sustainable, and we have lots of empirical evidence to back that up, but they're still quite uncommon. And that's interesting. A lot of my research over the last 10 years has been about the divergence between theory and practice. And we do see, on the one hand, a very strong sort of conceptual and theoretical narrative about what supply chains should look like. But when we look at the reality in practice, we find a big gap. And the same is true when we talk specifically about the application of circular economy principles to supply chains. And again, if you go back to the couple of graphics I put up earlier on of the farm to the fork and the buy, make, move, store, sell, they look quite linear. So really circularity is important in this, but we have to recognize that it's not easy to put the theory into practice. And to do that and to really try and identify a way forward, I think what we've got to do is identify some of the key barriers and then identify what we're going to do to address these barriers. And I've got 5 of them in particular. I want to tell you a little bit about how my own work is trying to grapple with each of these 5 sort of barriers. The first is a lot of our supply chains are characterized by excessive complexity. And one of the golden rules I have as a supply chain designer and a re-engineer of supply chains is, where we can, let's see if we can replace excessive complexity with relative simplicity. And my book, which was published, the 8th edition was published during the pandemic, is brought together about 30 global thought leaders in the field of logistics and supply chain management, and each of them was asked to look specifically at different aspects of complexity with a view to figuring out practical solutions, actionable solutions that can help to move forward. Secondly, in the past, I think, and I was talking to some colleagues briefly about this yesterday, logistics and operational management has had a very strong focus on short-term improvements in operational efficiency, cost reduction, and so forth. I think increasingly we need to take a much more strategic view of what supply chain management is about. And my paper from a couple of years back with colleagues from the University of Hull and the University of Newcastle, 2017, 2018, was very much about how can we look at supply chain through a much more strategic prism. And to me, what strategic supply chain thinking is about is two key things. One, recognizing that the supply chain itself can be used, we can leverage the supply chain in itself as a source of competitive advantage. And secondly, strategic supply chain management is about building capability proactively in advance of the actual requirement. Third point is collaboration is central to everything we do in supply chain management. If supply chain management contemporarily is fundamentally about integration, we can only achieve higher levels of integration through much more effective collaboration. And in the specific context of environmental sustainability and circularity, one of the key relationships in the supply chain is that between logistic service providers and shippers, shippers being typically retailers or manufacturers. And work I've done in collaboration with colleagues in Sweden and in Italy is very much about this idea of environmental alignment. How can we get to a situation where we've got shared goals and agreed practices and high levels, deep levels of collaboration to facilitate that improvement in environmental performance? The next thing is really important. Traditionally, the focus in supply chain management has been very, very heavily on processes, on infrastructure, and on technology. And all of those things are important. But the people dimension is just as important. Supply chains are first and foremost about people, and the human dimension is massively important. So a paper I wrote with one of my colleagues in the Journal of Supply Chain Management, Logistics and Procurement, which is very much a practitioner-focused outlet, was about the human chain. The title is unashamedly borrowed from a collection of poetry by a Nobel Literature Prize winner from my home country called Seamus Heaney. But it's looking at the importance of the people dimension, the importance of the human chain, if you will, both in terms of our research and in terms of practice. And finally, you know, given that we have multiple mega challenges, given this need for higher levels of integration, I think as researchers and as scholars, we need to take a much more holistic view of what's going on. And that's why a lot of research, and I welcome this in this field, is adopting systems thinking and similar types of approaches. But I think methodologically, as researchers, that there's a huge amount of scope for more and for better use of mixed methods type research. And an article which I published a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, in IGLM, the International Journal of Logistics Management, was looking at, over 10 years, what has the extent of mixed methods been, and it's been very, very low. And we also, using a mixed method study ourselves, so we practice what we preached, spoke to a wide sample of academics, researchers in the field, really with a view to trying to figure out practical things we could do to ensure that we got two things: one, more use of mixed methods, but secondly, better use. So it's not just about doing more of something, it's about doing that something much better. Now, I won't go into this in detail, but I wanted to put this up. It's from my colleague, Professor Alan McKinnon. He was the founder of supply chain research at Heriot-Watt University over 30 years ago, now retired. But his last book before retirement was called Decarbonization of Logistics. And one of the great things in that book is he's got this 10C approach for developing a decarbonizational strategy for logistics. And I'm not going to go through every single bit of it, but it basically starts by saying, well, nothing's going to happen unless you're motivated to make it happen. You've got to know where your starting point is. We go through a whole process, including a very strong emphasis on collaboration with other organizations. And again, that's a recognition that the deep cuts that we need in greenhouse gas emissions will never come from just one organization working in isolation. We need to have much more collaboration, and right down through cutting emissions and calibrating the strategy. That's effectively a continuous improvement loop back through the process. So I don't have time to explain this in great detail, but I just want to point you to it, because if we're looking for practical actionable frameworks which can help us to become more circular and become more sustainable, particularly in our logistics operations. That's a very good tool which I know many organizations have used as the basis of their work. Now, I'm getting towards the end, and I want to go back to the title of the presentation and unpack it a little bit. The first key word is the word co-creation. I think that's really important because co-creation actually is about collaboration. So if we're serious about this, we need collaboration between big companies and their smaller counterparts. We need collaboration between private and public sector, and we need collaboration between business and academia, something which I know your school is exceptionally good at. But collaboration to me holds the key to co-creation. Sustainability, I've tended to focus on environmental sustainability, but let's not forget the environmental dimension, the social dimension and the economic dimension as well, in line with triple bottom line requirements. In terms of circularity, going back to what I said before, if circular supply chains are more sustainable, why don't we see more of them? I think to address that conundrum, we need to think about the barriers and to shape our research and to try to shape our practice based on overcoming these barriers. Yes, inclusivity is part of the title. That's about the social dimension of sustainability, and the EDI agenda remains very important to me in that context. I mean, we have a lot of evidence which tells us that more inclusive supply chains are stronger supply chains which perform better. And that's particularly the case when we look at global multinational organizations. And finally, I've written quite a bit over the years about the value chain and the supply chain, and I think in the context of everything I've talked about this afternoon, the supply chain is effectively becoming the value chain. And the supply chain has to add and create value, and we can only really think about value from the perspective of the final customer. So to me, something is of value if and only if a customer somewhere is willing to pay for it. So we've got that simple economic view of value, but what does that mean in terms of the architecture of the whole supply chain ecosystem? Okay, circularity I mentioned, and I just wanted to point you in the direction of an excellent article which appeared in the Harvard Business Review a couple of years ago. That was the one I mentioned already, why are they so rare? But a more recent one from just last year suggests that if we want to find real examples of circular economy practice, what we need to do is we need to look to the global south. And we have so many examples, bottom-up examples, grassroots examples of circularity in practice, including many in this wonderful city of Mumbai. And I was struck by a couple of quotes from that article, and we have examples within the article from the Caribbean, from sub-Saharan Africa, and indeed from Southeast Asia. And she says, the author says, it's smart business for international companies to cultivate indigenous solutions to local problems and create mutual benefits, both for the global corporation and for the local community. And it really emphasizes the importance of grassroots, bottom-up solutions. So grassroots circularity deserves serious strategic attention. And I think we can learn a lot from that. And finally, just to round things off, we all know that standing still equals falling behind in any business. If I continue to do things the same way I've always done them, sure as night follows day, my competitors will change and improve, so my relative position in the marketplace will be weakened. What does that tell us? It tells us that we have to be changing, but it should never be about change for the sake of change. And that's why the word innovation is one of my favorite words in the supply chain vocabulary, because innovation, with its roots in the Latin word novus, meaning new, is about finding new and better ways of doing things right across our supply chain. And that's important. I think this innovation increasingly falls into two sort of categories. One is innovation through process improvement, and a lot of that is being facilitated by the incredible developments that we're seeing in technology, particularly in the context of improving and tightening supply chains from an integration point of view. But going back to the human factor, people and learning will be critical success factors, are critical success factors in terms of this innovation, supply chain innovation journey. Okay, and that's me. Thank you very much. I think we might have time for a couple of questions. Being conscious that I'm keeping you from lunch.
Thank you so much for the session.
Hello.
Hi. Post-COVID, we've seen a lot of companies build massive hedges in supply chain, at least for procurement, manufacturing, and logistics as well. In my opinion, that has had negative consequences due to cost cutting to manage these hedges, be it in terms of people or the environment at large. So in the future, how do you see these two pillars, panning out while companies manage these hedges to protect their economic interests, also while fulfilling their sustainability goals, be it 2050 or 2060 and so on?
That's an excellent question. Thank you. I think our approaches traditionally in terms of building resilience have often been about building, if you like, redundancy into what we do, right? So looking towards building something which is kind of just in case rather than just in time, if you like. I don't think it has to be like that, right? And I think one of the reasons we fell into that trap was because a lot of our focus in supply chain planning was often quite short term. I think some of it goes back to what I said before about needing to adopt a longer term, a more proactive and a more strategic approach, which is not about saying how do we react to an immediate disruption, like COVID-19 is a massive disruption. How do we bounce back from that? Rather, it's about saying, let's think 5, 10 years out in a very strategic way, and let's really try and put an architecture into place which has the ability to bounce back in the event of a whole series of possible disruptions. Now, I think the COVID-19 disruption was a massive disruption. It was a kind of once-in-a-generation disruption in many ways, but notwithstanding that, there are all kinds of other disruptions that we need to deal with. But I think we've got to shift away from that strong focus on short-term cost improvement towards a longer-term focus. Let me just say one last thing on this. Often traditionally when we were going through the process of looking at the investment we need to create a more resilient supply chain, our traditional accountancy-based analysis was based on our classic net present value and payback periods and all that sort of stuff. And if you think about that, when you go through those exercises, nothing wrong with them, but they are limited in the sense that they are trying to answer the question, can I afford to invest in this capability? Now, and that's a fair question to ask, but alongside that, you also need to be asking the question, can I afford not to invest in this capability? And by doing that, you're adopting a much longer-term strategic approach rather than a purely financial short-term approach. Okay?
Good afternoon, Professor. I'm Neeraja Verma. I'm a first-year PhD scholar in information systems area. Thank you so much for the presentation. So I'm pretty much new to supply chain literature. Since you have mentioned 2 words, one which is my favorite, innovation, and second related to strategic supply chain, wherein you are trying to understand the requirements even before the actual requirements is happening, right?
Yeah.
So to build up resilience and to have a sustained development or growth, you need to anticipate certain stuff. So provided ambiguities or uncertainties that is happening with the sort of digital growth or kind of development that is happening on a day-to-day basis, how do you actually anticipate those stuff? There could be also positive and negative aspects of it. So that is one part of my question. The second thing is related to, you have also mentioned about local solutions, right? So how do we leverage that, or how could you scale that up? I understood that we are catering to a particular problem which is in a local context. But if you want to have a sustained presence, then you will have to scale up in a little bit of, in some way or other, right? So how do we do that actually?
Two great questions. Thank you very much. Let me go back to the first one. I think the key to this is about remembering that from a strategic planning perspective, we have learned over several decades and longer even what effective approaches to long-range strategic planning actually look like. Now, my contention is that very often, traditionally, supply chain considerations were not very much part of that long-term strategic planning sort of process. And as a consequence of that, we weren't proactively investing in some of the capability that we need to have. One of the interesting things about this area is that supply chains and logistics systems generally work quite well, but it's only when they break down, it's only when something goes wrong that everything becomes very visible. Right? And it's only then that we realize that we do have pinch points, we do have fragility in different parts of our operation. So I think it's about trying to embed supply chain thinking as part of that wider strategic planning process. By the way, something else which is really interesting is we're increasingly seeing supply chain professionals for the first time become the chief executive officers of companies. By the way, we're increasingly seeing supply chain people becoming deans of business schools as well. I love this. I think this is brilliant because, it'll be about saying that because traditionally these roles were dominated by accountants and by people from marketing backgrounds and so on. And I think the supply chain, the strategic approach embedded in the longer planning process is vital. The grassroots question is a really, really important question. I'll tell you what, it's a difficult question for me to answer in a generic way, and I'll tell you why. Because in my experience, you've got to look at every example on its own merits, and we can learn different things from different examples. I think the most important thing, and the real message I want to get out to you here, is that good supply chain thinking comes from all over the place. So good supply chain thinking doesn't just come from senior management and from boardrooms. It can come from the grassroots. And the best ideas very often are coming from the detail of the operational aspect of the business. And increasingly, as global business developed in the late 20th century, we began to see many, many examples of where the supply chain practices of big global multinational companies were being seriously impacted in a very positive way by the adoption of thinking from some of the countries that American or European companies traditionally had invested in. So the devil is in the detail, and there isn't a one-size-fits-all, but keep your eye out for these things because I think they're really important.
So I had a follow-up question also, but you have already...
Do you mind if we give somebody else a chance? Sorry. There is somebody over here. Sorry about that.
Sir, due to the digital adoption, the Q-commerce is increasing and industries require resilience along with agility. And today, industries are facing challenges with Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 for the sustainability. Can you give some insights how the industries can manage Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 with reference to the sustainability?
Absolutely. It's a great question again. And what I will say is two things. I mean, you've talked about agility, right? We already talked about resilience and we talked about sustainability. It's kind of, wow, we're trying to achieve all of these apparently competing objectives all at the same time. And that's difficult. Right? That's really difficult. And I think what you've got to do in every organization is to figure out where the sweet spot is. So these things don't necessarily need to be regarded as competing with each other. I think if we think about them holistically, we can begin to figure out how elements of resilience, elements of agility, and elements of sustainability actually overlap. So it's not as if by doing one, you're detrimentally impacting the other one. So take a more rounded view, I think, is the key thing. In relation to your, particularly looking at Scope 3, I think the fundamental message here is that we've got to look outside the four walls of individual organizations, because in the past that's what we tended to do, and moves towards, for example, really trying to understand what Scope 3 emissions are important in that context, because it recognizes that I'm part of a much wider ecosystem. And I think as we begin to develop deeper and more effective collaborative relationships between companies upstream and downstream in supply chains, we'll begin to see some good examples of that happening. For example, the research to which I referred, which I undertook with my colleagues in Sweden and Italy, there were also companies in the UK and Ireland involved in that. So it was a case study based piece of research, but it looked in real depth at a whole bunch of customer-supplier relationships, and fundamentally discovered, not surprisingly, that where we had deeper collaboration, where we had better mutual understanding, we were able to begin to make progress. And think practical things like measuring Scope 3 emissions becomes almost business as usual. So if we can begin to embed that within the culture, the business as usual culture, I think we've got a chance of moving on. Okay?
Sir,
We'll close.
We're closing. Lunchtime.
So can I have the last question?
You want to have the last word?
Yes.
Okay.
Last
all right.
question, just.
The last word.
So
you're the one separating everyone from lunch now, right? It's not me. I'm not guilty.
So I just wanted to understand one thing, like for supply chain professionals in India, sustainability is not essentially building anything for me in the top line, right? And I do not have levers like carbon tax or carbon credits to justify the benefits of sustainability. Now, how do I rationalize putting the pressure on my bottom line of sustainability and still keep my job?
Great question. You see, what you've done in the question is you've implicitly decided that sustainability is a cost, haven't you? I disagree with you fundamentally, right? And I say that for two reasons. The first reason is, in many organizations, including here in India, we still have a lot of low-hanging fruit, right? And the fact with the low-hanging fruit is it's cheap to deal with it, but actually reducing emissions with the low-hanging fruit can actually help to reduce cost as well if we do it properly. So don't always assume that investment in sustainability means increased cost, right? So that's the first thing. Second thing is, sometimes, yes, we need to invest in new capability with a view to, in the longer term, reducing emissions and improving sustainability, but also reducing cost. So we've got low-hanging fruit, but we've also got the need for a shift towards investment in sustainability rather than simply saying to improve sustainability we need to add short-term cost. That would be my contention. So I don't think you will lose your job. I think if you're working with a more progressively minded company, you'll probably get promoted.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you. So with that, we'll close session 2. So thank you to both our outstanding speakers for the session, Professor Khalid Hassanein and Ed Sweeney. Thank you. And we break for lunch now, and we resume at 1:30 with a synthesis of these 4 talks. We're going to try and look at it in 2 ways. We're going to look at it from a theory point of view, so a little bit more oriented towards the academic group in here. From a theory point of view, what is it we can draw across these 4 talks? So we'll be on the fly, figuring out what some key theories are that might allow us to do so. And then we will also challenge these theories or these observations with some real-world examples. We'll put up 8, 10, 12 examples and sort of say, all right, intellectuals, with your amazing insights, tell us how we might actually apply these amazing insights to these 10, 12 hard problems. I don't expect that to be an easy session, but that's the reason we're doing a fun synthesis session at 1:30. So I'll see you at 1:30. Enjoy lunch.
We have arranged the lunch in 2 areas. I may request our speakers, the SPJMR faculty and the academic track paper presenters to head towards D block 6th floor. From this door, our volunteers in black t-shirt will help you. The FPM students and the SPJMR staff, kindly head at Bistro 2.5 for your lunch, and kindly be back by 1:20 for our next session. Thank you.
These two forces, technology and business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Does it say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology?
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society.
We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe, we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology and business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Does it say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology?
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society.
We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology and business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Does it say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology?
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society.
We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology and business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Let's say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology.
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society.
We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe, we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology and business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Let's say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology.
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society. We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not
just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology and business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Physicists say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology.
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society. We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology, business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Let's say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology.
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees benefit,
hello, check.
we as
हाँ,
leaders
सुखदेव।
have a role not just to grow our businesses but to contribute to society.
आप शेड देखो, आपको शेडो आ रहा है मेरे को अंदर। लाइट आ रहा है जिगर भाई? पार्किंग चालू करना है, राइट वाला प्रोफाइल लाइट पोडियम पे प्रॉपर। इसको लॉक कर दे सुखदेव। हो गया, चलो फ्री।
We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology, business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Let's say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology.
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses but to contribute to society. We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not
just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe, we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology and business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Does it say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology?
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society.
We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe, we can make the world a less imperfect place.
two forces, technology and business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Does it say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology?
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society.
We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology and business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Does it say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology?
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society. We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not
just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology and business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Physicists say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology.
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society
These two forces, technology, business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
I will say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology.
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society.
We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology, business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
I will say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology.
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society.
We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology and business, are fundamental forces that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
Does it say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology?
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society.
We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe we can make the world a less imperfect place.
two forces, technology, business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
TaSIC say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology.
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society.
We live in a world that is imperfect, but innovation can make the world a little less imperfect. But not just any kind of innovation. Innovation is often narrow, it is selfish, and it has unintended and undesirable long-term consequences. So what we're looking for is a particular kind of good innovation. We refer to this type of desirable innovation as wise innovation. Wise innovation impacts the triple bottom line. That is, it impacts profit, people, and the planet, producing economic benefits along with societal and environmental benefits. Wise innovation is also thoughtful and mindful in that it takes a deep look at the potential trajectory of that innovation and what the long-term consequences of that trajectory might be. Our mission is to influence managerial practice and promote value-based growth. We do this by advancing wise innovation through our curriculum and through our research efforts. Our participants, our corporate partners, the communities that we work in, these are our force multipliers. Together, I believe we can make the world a less imperfect place.
These two forces, technology, business, are fundamental force that shape the way we live today's world.
Responsible management is about thinking about all your stakeholders, thinking about society. So responsibility is something which leads to trust.
TaSIC has been a marvelous experience, and the icing on the cake, of course, is winning this award. And I look forward to coming to TaSIC, in fact, every year.
This conference is quite different from other conferences because it focuses on technology.
TaSIC say that it offers a wonderful platform for researchers who are working in technology.
The moment you understand how to apply the technology for your consumer benefit, for your employees' benefit, I think there's a great opportunity. We as leaders have a role not just to grow our businesses, but to contribute to society.
Welcome to session 3. Thank you for being here. We've had 2 wonderfully lively and enlightening sessions where we had a couple of speakers, and each of them essentially discuss topics that are related to the larger question we have about how we solve the aspiration paradox and how we use co-creation as an underlying mechanism, co-creation between the company, its consumers, societal groups, and government, how we use that co-creation as a mechanism to get to answers to the aspirational paradox. So we're going to basically have this session in about three quick sprints, if you will. Here are my notes. So we'll do in the first pass, sort of summarize for those who are not here, what it is that each of you guys presented. So this is my 2-sentence summary of your respective talks. So if I don't capture the full depth of it, please do forgive me. In a second pass, which will be a little longer, I'll attempt at creating a theoretical scaffolding that tries to put together the different theories that were laid out today. And again, it's a first pass based on a couple of hours worth of listening to you guys. And then in pass 3, we'll put you through a stress test. We'll put your ideas to a stress test by asking a group of students from PGP2 who have been diligently working on creating not only a pre-read that many of you enjoyed, but also putting together a set of questions that will inform both the sprint tomorrow and for which they wanted responses from what is it that academics feel about this particular topic. Okay, so we'll essentially go through 3 passes here as we're up on stage. So in terms of sort of summarizing what each of you said, so if I get it wrong, please correct me. All 4 of you fundamentally described co-creation in one form or the other. To me, that was sort of the most common feature amongst your talks. And I'll describe how I interpreted co-creation for each of you. John, in your case, you described essentially how a social group or a volunteer group innovated and reached excluded groups, and therefore essentially reached out to a larger group, and managed to balance economic and social logics over a sustained period of time without losing the core purpose of who they were. And you used the concept of framing and a dynamic 3-layered process model to describe how that seemingly impossible thing was achieved. How do you sustain without selling out, I think was a clever way you described it. Matteo, as you looked at co-creation, you came at it in an interesting way. You first established the notion that what people say and what people do are quite widely different. But then when you looked at why is it people don't do what they do, you presented the synthesis of your special issue that consists of some amazing scholars who have contributed and outlined a hero's framework, 6 things. And you said these are 6 levers that can be pulled or addressed or tweaked in some manner in order to drive the right kinds of actions. But you also noted the need for co-creation. You noted the fact that consumers really need a push or they need a helping hand sometimes to be able to do the right thing. And this helping hand has to come from perhaps the companies that are providing the products for these consumers. Perhaps it comes from society that creates certain norms, or normative behaviors that are to be expected. But pushes have to be there in some form or the other. So that was a form of co-creation that perhaps might hold a key to driving the heroes framework. Khaled, you essentially focused on the concept of affordances. You introduced the concept of affordances, and for those of you that don't know, the affordance theory, which comes from pre-IS days, essentially is about possibilities for action. Essentially, products provide the user possibilities for doing various things subject to their interpretation. And you focused it on designing the right affordances for an underserved segment, in which case the elderly. So that was a form of co-creation. In fact, you said, rather than ignoring the elderly as a group, involve them in the process, make sure they're actually at the table, co-creating, co-designing the solution. And then, Ed, when you discuss the importance of the supply chain and its growth and therefore importance for improving its sustainability, you introduced co-creation concepts too. In fact, the phrases you used while talking about the C10 framework, you made the point that the weakest link is something that needs to be improved because the supply chain is only as strong as its weakest link, showing therefore the notion of interdependency, not necessarily co-creation, but interdependency at that point. You talked about the need for collaboration across various links, and interestingly, also the need to perhaps learn from unconventional sources like grassroots innovators that may have figured out certain forms of circularity right. And specifically what you focused on from a co-creation perspective was figuring out how do these parties come together to build more resilient, more circular supply chains and more inclusive supply chains. For example, how do you integrate the rag picker economy in India, with the formal recycling supply chains here? Those would be the kinds of examples. So I may have taken a narrow, predetermined, reductionist view of all the things you said, but certainly co-creation was the thing that I took away between the four actors. So I just wanted to see if there was something I missed by way of co-creation, or if there was some other big theme that was lurking there that I just totally missed altogether.
I think you've done a wonderful job in synthesizing 3 hours of talks into a nice summary. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Agree. Okay, I always tell my students feedback that says good job isn't really a good feedback, but that's okay.
I think maybe just one thing I'll say is that I think we need to be careful not to get too tangled up in language, because sometimes we use different words to describe exactly the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, in the supply chain management vocabulary, we talk so much about collaboration, partnership, and interdependency, as you said. And, we mightn't use the word co-creation very often, but yeah, that's an alternative way of basically making some of the same points, I think. So I think language is not unimportant in these discussions.
But there's different ways of describing,
Indeed.
the same phenomenon or the same action. Yeah, Matteo, anything?
I think you've identified very clearly attention in what I was trying to describe. So there needs to be more co-creation between consumers and organization, and the balance of that co-creation needs to shift depending on the context. So there are instances in which companies, businesses have to do the heavy lifting, and their responsibility is on them. There are instances where consumers need to understand that they operate within a community, within a society, and they also need to do their part. So that co-creation is a very interesting tension in behavior.
So what about the co-creation and the tension between society and the consumers? And I don't know to what extent the special issue papers covered that, or your previous research has. One could argue maybe it's not the co-creation, but it's the co-shaping of expectancies. One might argue that social pressures that society as a whole creates, that normative expectations that society has, and how that forces consumers' possibility to alter their behavior. And you did point out everybody wants to look good to the other person, and so that is a clear indication of society playing a role on consumers. Do you think that's relatively underexplored? Are we putting too much emphasis on companies to drive and enable good action, and perhaps not enough on society as a larger group to drive good action amongst its individuals?
Absolutely. I mean, it largely depends on the context. Obviously, when we are looking at this from the lens of businesses making profits, we switch from society to businesses, and we put the emphasis on them. In other contexts where we're talking more about the common good or public good, yes, society and in general, both the infrastructure that top-down establishes the norm and the formation of social norm plays a very important role in that. And so we all have a part to play. We all have to sort of feel that sort of relationship. That's why the general work is embedded in stewardship theory, because we wanted to really encapsulate that sort of essence that everybody has a part to play in shaping the responsible behaviors. So I think that's why your framework is very powerful, because really articulate those different components.
For those that may not know, would you just sort of define stewardship theory briefly?
Well, it brings in the idea that the decisions that we make, the goals that we sort of drive us, are not just a reflection of our sort of individualistic sort of approach, but they should take into consideration a broader agenda. So we all become steward of a broader set of goals, in a way, and a broader set of ideas. And so under that perspective, we saw marketing as a force to help organizations become more responsible, more respectful of diversity, and more resilient, obviously linking back to the excellent work that happens in supply chain management, thinking about the future, thinking about how business model can sort of propagate, and also understanding what is the role of the consumers in all of this.
Okay. So,
could I?
Yes, please jump in, please.
Co-creation is such a powerful concept because of two things that happen. First, there's a when people sit down to, like stakeholders for any phenomena, sit down together to co-create, they exchange information which is critical for them to appreciate the position of the other, but also to learn about a phenomena and what is true, what is a myth, what is a fact. The other thing is, if they work together, the buy-in tends to be much higher, that they were part of creating the solution, so they tend to buy into it more. I just want to take the sustainability as an issue, that to demonstrate this. There's a lot of consumers that react and they want to do the right thing, but they take such a shallow approach. Like, I'm going to buy a Tesla and that ends my, like, I have done my share. But the Tesla has to be charged. Where is the electricity coming from? Is it coming from a clean source? Is it coming from a dirty source, quote unquote, right? So they don't tend, they have a separation because the supply chain, they're just looking at the end result, what they have at their home, not looking at back in the supply chain where it's coming from. And perhaps we should educate people about this so they're making more informed decision about what they're doing in terms of consumption and so on.
So I think when we talk about the theoretical underpinnings, one thing we can look at is, should we expand the definition of affordances? And I'm going to come back to you since you were the one who introduced it. So John, as you look at co-creation, as happened in the context of the Wi-Fi company, the Wi-Fi company, but something else that folks should be aware of is you're also a scholar on digital platforms. And platforms could be looked at, interestingly, just as a transaction mechanism that allows a two-sided marketplace to exist. Platforms could also be powerfully looked at as enablers of new capabilities. So in your view, the idea of co-creation, has that sort of crept into mainstream platform thinking as well?
Well, let me go back to let me answer and going back to the concept of co-creation, because I think we all talk about co-creation. I don't want to defend the community-based model that I've presented today, because I know it's not the best or not, but things that definitely, when you talk about co-creation in a community-based model, it's not only about creating something, it's about governing that something that is being created, which is a difference when we think about co-creation, in which many companies do, and they say, well, we have co-created with consumers. That's true, but that's it. Consumers do not have do not have much to say afterwards, or how those things will affect their lives. No, so it's in the phase of product inception. Probably it participates, which in the community, which again I say I'm not defending the community-based model, but the community-based model it's a little different. So there's not so much control of the innovation by somebody. There's innovators in the community that can work individually together, but then is the community end up absorbing that innovation and governing together that innovation. Maybe it can be seen from an economic perspective that there's a way to disincentivize innovation, because what I'm going to get from that innovation. But at the same time, is a way just to adopt and really make the innovation something that institutionalize the innovation in the community. Okay, so maybe there's less innovations. I see that in a poorly market base, but probably the way those innovations are institutionalized and adopted or used, and by innovations I mean processes, I mean ways of looking, or I mean technologies, is a little bit different. And this connects to the platform think, to the idea, of course, that the infrastructures that I see in this context is not so much about only transactions, is more.
Right, you also raised the bar a little bit and said there's co-governance post co-creation.
Yes.
And it may not be true in terms of, perhaps you can co-create a green eco-label with consumers to provoke them to act, but then there is no complication of co-governance.
Exactly.
In the case of a platform, there might be.
Yeah, so here the mechanisms for the community to be part of that and have a say in that, I think it's puts morally a little bit higher, no? Which I'm not defending that, because I know that it has some limitations in terms of capacity to innovate new things, no?
So what would your views be on open source software as, good example, okay example in terms of co-creation and co-governance?
That's an excellent example, but again, I can put a counterexample. This community, GIFI, was born on open software, open hardware, open network, open software. But from day two, they said, well, but we have to be pragmatic. We cannot only afford rotors that are completely open because otherwise we will not lines. So they embrace also, of course, private software and software that is not open. No, so definitely open source is a clear example, but I don't mean that this can only be open source and everything has to be run open source. No.
Got it. Okay.
But as a principle, I think it's something that can be extrapolated to many aspects of life.
Okay, cool. So Raj, if you could just move to the notes. All right.
By the way, by open source, of course, there's a lot of business around open source.
Yes.
Okay, so
well-known business
again, in
models
this
around it,
context,
yeah.
there's business around that open source. No.
Right. Okay. So, as we look at sort of the role of co-creation in creating the right kind of outcome that we want and pathways towards co-creation, and we've looked at, different ways of examining this phenomenon, perhaps even extending it, if you will. So these are, notes during the presentations. So I think we've done a reasonable job on co-creating it, but the second thing I had going was to try and figure out whether we could come up with some sort of a theoretical scaffolding for what we've discussed, because at a pragmatic level, I think we've agreed on the fact that we were kind of discussing the same things, perhaps with different terms. So I'll get a little more ambitious and I'll put up some stuff, and please feel free to throw up all over it if you want. No worries at all. So here's sort of my take at the theoretical pillars, and you might want to look at it. So I felt that there were sort of three theoretical pillars that were at play. And I'll unpack each of these with sort of maybe the seminal theories behind each of them. We had sort of a pillar around purpose, but resilient purpose. And in fact, that's what John was talking about, right? How does purpose stay true to its sort of core intent, but yet do so in a resilient fashion? But there is literature behind it that actually Matteo's special issue introduces. So I kind of want to connect the dots over there on the next slide. The second one was a notion of an activated co-creation. So coming at it from a consumer point of view, the question of consumer activation, but yet consumer activation in a sense to a point where they actually co-create. So that was sort of the second theoretical construct. And then the third one, thank you to Khaled for bringing it up, was the idea of affordances, but coordinated affordances, as Ed was essentially talking about. A lot of it is about not just having affordances, but making sure that they're coordinated. So trying to make sure that they weren't completely theory-free, here were sort of a couple of things that I saw, right? So on the resilient purpose side, Matteo's special issue, you, in fact, for the first time, introduced the notion of purpose orientation. So for my colleagues who haven't read it, we have the idea of market orientation of the firm, customer orientation of the firm. There are scales around that. Matteo's issue introduces the idea of purpose orientation to make the case that following purpose orientation will, in fact, lead to better outcomes, just as Coley described market orientation leading to better outcomes. Assemblage theory, which was kind of at the underlying heart of what John talked about, was another way of sort of staying resilient. He unpacked it in more layman's terms when you described the three layers. But really what was under it was assemblage theory, and what was underneath that was framing theories as well. So it felt to me that there was a compact set of theories that could essentially be consolidated into this notion of resilient purpose. Activated co-creation, so moving more to that interaction between the consumer and the other players inside that chart, I think there were two theories that struck me. One was the service dominant logic theory, and this is essentially the start of the idea of consumers playing an active role in the creation of the value chain or the supply chain, and in the creation of the artifact itself. And then activation theories are as old as psychology, and obviously the marketing folks have since taken it to the next level with Adson and the theory of planned behavior and so forth to look at the gap between intention and action, but it all comes down to activation or arousal theories in psychology. So these theories essentially explain how a consumer goes from being a passive recipient of something, someone who's not acting, to possibly someone who might act. So it felt to me that these theories might explain that. And on the orchestrated affordances, affordances theory, of course, is something Khaled talked about. But yesterday, just a little bit of cheating, I did look at governance as infrastructure, and simply because John described how that was a key part as well of making his community organization resilient, right? So these were sort of the three things, and I just had a couple of questions for you guys on that. But broadly speaking, does it hang? Does it not hang? You know,
Can I say something?
you can be reviewer number 2 and say this is total bullshit. That's totally fine. You know.
I would never choose to use language of that kind.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ed. You know, you Irish are so polite all the
I know,
time.
absolutely. we have a reputation to live down to. I think this is really interesting. The key purpose of this, I guess, is about making sure we have, I think, what you've called the scaffolding. And I think for any scaffolding of this kind to be of value, we've got to do at least 3 things, right? The first thing we've got to do is we've got to understand what the purpose of the scaffolding is. So why do we need it? How are we going to use it? What's its purpose? What's the objective of having it in the first place, right? The second bit, I think, is around the philosophical underpinnings of that framework. So, you know, what is it that underpins it, which makes it robust? And I think many of the things you've talked about here actually speak to that. But I think there's a third element in it, which is almost about, if we understand the purpose of it and its philosophical underpinnings, what are the practical things that we need to understand if we're actually going to deploy the scaffolding in a way which actually adds some value? And actually contributes to that co-creation process ultimately.
So the why to the how.
Yeah, it's kind of why do we want it? What's the underpinning, and how
do we go about?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense to test out whether a scaffolding is necessary or not, right? Of course.
We want this. Ultimately, any scaffolding to me has to be something which is useful.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the engineer coming out in me, but I want to understand how we're going to use it and what value it's going to add.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me add to this. I fully agree. Thank you, because you've said it perfectly. But also, scaffolding is temporary. Otherwise, there's no scaffolding. No. So,
good point.
I think to a certain extent, given the complexity of what we are studying, I think bringing together different lenses that can help understand that until we are able to develop something, or new theories or new explanations, I think that's perfect, and I feel very.
So, Matteo, would this have passed at least one review in your editorial?
For sure. I think a key aspect here will be to think about levels as well, and thinking about some of these theories can work very well to explain phenomena or interactions at macro level. Others will work, like, for example, what I've talked about, in particular when the underpinnings are more in the domain of psychology, will work very well at micro level. And then there is an interesting meso level where we can see the conflicts, where you can see the balance of responsibility between the different actors. So perhaps having a dimension here where we say, well, at macro level, this is how the scaffolding works, and then it kind of rests on a meso level base and then a number of micro level foundation. Could be actually quite interesting.
Okay. Khaled?
Yeah, so I would like a very interesting set of theories, and would like to overlay it on the different connections between the previous figure.
Perfect.
So,
Let's
like,
go.
what connects the government to society, government to like. So, I sometimes some of my research, I have this like responsibility matrix. If you want something to succeed, what are the roles of each like actor?
The RACI matrix or whatever.
Right. So, you know, what are the roles, like in what do they have to present to each of the other actors for the system to actually succeed? You can apply this to online learning, you can apply it to anything. So I wonder if
So I actually take affordances.
Yeah.
So I thought the affordances thing was sort of one of the keys to action. So in a sense, what we're saying is that the government could provide quote-unquote affordances. So I'm taking the idea of regulations and turning it into a softer form, saying the government being able to enable certain things. So for example, in India, UPI would be an example of an affordance that's provided by the government to enable digital payments, that are inclusive. So the thought here was perhaps there are affordances that we normally tend to think of it in the IT product context, though that was not the original genesis of it. Perhaps the government and society and others and companies offer affordances to consumers. And would a label, for example, could a label be viewed as an affordance? Now, it enables an action, right? I mean, if you look at sort of the theoretical definition of affordance. So I'm just wondering if, affordances is a way of sort of trying to tie these together in terms of what allows action to happen.
So the labels are an interesting idea because it just I guess, makes us, in a way, lazy. We just say green, red, or yellow and proceed. My concern would be that we have seen that a lot of the labels are misleading. And they mislead consumers to think that this is something good when they are not. And this tends to be, like in the US and like at a certain extent in Canada, rampant. If you go to Europe is more responsible in terms of using labels and what you can put on, say, food or drinks and so on. So I would have that concern. So when we use the idea, we also have to see how it could be abused.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, labeling is a complex business. When I look more at affordancy from the point of view of schemas and mental template that people have, so a label can immediately get you to connect a mental template that might not be appropriate. So sustainable, organic, good for me, healthy, but those inferences might be completely wrong if there isn't a framework that regulates what does it mean for a product to be sustainable, what does it mean for a product to be organic, healthy, detox. I mean, I've done some work on detox. What does detox actually mean? Do those products really detoxify you or not? So labels are very tricky in the absence of regulations. But then we need to think about what is the right balance between imposing regulations and leaving businesses free to operate and compete. So there's I guess, a wider piece around the straitjacket that you want to put around this and where you move the responsibility across the different actors.
So, Ed, physical affordances, right? Part of making a circular supply chain happen is really being able to, if you sort of say affordances enable action, you looked at some of the weak links in the supply chain. And as you talked about the strong getting stronger and the weak getting weaker, and the weakest link starts getting more and more, and they may be the source of your scope 3 emissions and so forth. You can't really get to a net zero, net positive with these weak links still in place. So if we were to take a look at the idea of physical affordances and sort of say, you know, are there things larger companies should do for smaller companies? Are there things governments should do for the smaller companies that are kind of like affordances or regulatory support or financial support? And I may be totally overusing the word, Khalid, and I think I am. But to think of affordances as just things that enable action, right? If I were to view it at that kind of a Gibson level, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think perhaps just before I come to that specific question, just reflecting back on the fundamentals of the model behind us, it's interesting to me because in any specific context, we will know what the company is. And I would argue, and you wouldn't expect any differently from me, that perhaps that top left-hand side should be much more about the wider supply chain rather than just focused on individual companies.
Yeah.
The whole thing becomes complicated because the consumer is kind of part of that supply chain. And the other bit that's interesting is the consumer is part of society, of course. And I think across this model, all of it makes perfect sense, except for one thing, which is difficult to really get a handle on, and that's the society piece of it. I think we're in danger of using the word society as a sort of catch-all. I mean, a former British Prime Minister once famously said, and I disagreed completely with her, by the way, that there's no such thing as society. But I think in the context of what we're talking about, we just need to be clear about what society means. I mean, for example, we've used the word community in various contexts, and I understand that because usually, I mean, for example, even in universities, we talk about our university community, and that will be staff, students, alumni, and other stakeholders. So I think we need to look at specific examples to really understand. But going back to I think it's perfectly legitimate to talk about, how can we say this? It's logistical affordances, and some of it is about physical infrastructure because we can't do anything efficiently or effectively unless we've got the right road networks, the right airports, the right ports, all of that. But it's not just about the physical infrastructure. I mean, increasingly, it's about the digital infrastructure. It's about the human capital and the human infrastructure. And much more besides. So I think it's about recognizing that if I take the liberty of calling it logistical affordance, it'll be a combination of physical, digital, and human elements at least, and there may be other elements that we need to include there. But it sounds perfectly legitimate to me to talk about affordance in that context.
But you made a good point about maybe rethinking what we mean by society, or do we really mean community?
I just think it's a word which is in danger of being interpreted in completely different ways by different people, and the danger with that is, number one, it reduces the utility of the scaffolding we're talking about, but number two, it could be open to misinterpretation, I think.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So, we'll move to the fireworks section of our conversation. What we're trying to do in this 1 hour is sort of blend a synthesis that comes at it from a scholarly perspective. That was our attempt to do so, right or wrong. And the second part was just essentially translate some of these insights into the real world. As scholars, besides trying to write papers and get recognized in scholarly ways, one of our goals has always been, more so at SPJMR, is to influence practice in some manner. So it's that bridge to influencing practice that I'd like to move to next, with 4 wonderful speakers with their depth of knowledge and sort of this as a way of reminding everybody what it is we talked about over the last couple of hours. I'd like to go ahead and invite a group of students, about 18 of them, that have been working quite diligently in order to create a challenge set. And so let me go ahead and invite 2 of the students from the PGP2s to come in with a handful of real-life scenarios that they would like our guests to respond to and say, how does all your knowledge help us solve this? Right? And introduce yourself. Yeah.
Hello everyone, I'm Ankit and I'm with my dear friend Milan. We are also Dean's TaSIC fellows, also because Milan and I go way back, amusingly. We have been working together in a team doing trivial, non-serious, non-important work sometimes. And talking about non-important work, Professor Varun might have shared a pre-read with all the students, and I'm pretty sure Milan and I were the co-authors. You would have noticed, pretty sure you would have read it word by word. You read it, right?
Yeah.
Right. I wanted to also request the faculties to read it, but I felt that some of them might come back asking me whether you read all the pre-reads or not. I do read all the pre-reads all the time. Okay, sometimes, maybe not. We titled the pre-read and the presentation the aspiration paradox because our only intention is to provoke thought. That's it. We are harmless PGP2s. And in a gentle way, we want to shake you up into taking 5 minutes out of your day to think about problems that exist, and maybe, for just once, think out of your next AI prompt and think about what happens in the real world.
Cool. I think moving on, we'll talk about various problem statements or sectors that we might have identified during this entire pursuit. One of them being the FMCG space. Now, India's FMCG space has been growing at a rapid pace, and it is driven by primarily affordability and accessibility. And sachet, the small bottle format, is something that we are looking at, which has expanded dramatically. However, the same design that enabled the low cost in the Indian ecosystem has led to low cost distribution and makes recycling nearly impossible. And urban municipalities have been overwhelmed by this particular response, and informal waste systems cannot effectively process multi-layer plastics. This was one of the things, and then the next one.
So I have a cousin named Ankita. She lives in Bangalore. She is a very celebrated product manager. She is around 31, and in the next 5 years, I'm pretty sure she is going to be the director of product of the company. She is the ideal woman for a taxman because she earns a lot, she can pay incredible taxes, and she pushes a lot to people to increase their productivity. Perfect ideal youth. However, at 31, she is pre-diabetic. India hosts 101 million pre-diabetic people, the highest in the world. She has all the time in the world to push for deadlines, be on calls, all day, all night, but she could not take time for herself. Skips lunch, skips breakfast, takes any sugary thing that she can get in her hand on, and now she has to rethink her entire life altogether. India has given into comfort and convenience, but at what cost? Comfort for whom? And cost, who's going to pay? Is it her? Is it the industry? Is it the government? Who shakes them up?
Cool. Coming back to the FMCG and the digital space, we have seen the advent of you shifting from the physical shelves to the digital platforms that we have seen rapid growth in, and how the customer preferences have also changed. Unlike physical retails, digital shelves obviously don't have a limit. They are driven by dynamic algorithms, which are purely optimized to get as much revenue as possible. Now, these recommendation systems are built to maximize engagement and basket size. They do not take care of your health, your impulse purchases, or the calories that a product might have, which obviously leads to worsening health outcomes, which are driven by digital nudges and dark patterns that we observe across the platforms.
I recently went through the Economic Survey of India, which usually the Government of India publishes just before the annual budget. It had a quote from the Katha Upanishad, which said, "Every moment of your life is a choice between Shreya, which is enduring good, and Preya, the fleeting comfort. In your life, you should always choose Shreya over Preya for your enduring good. If as a country we choose delayed gratification, we have a lot of potential for us as individuals. Now, I want you to look at the slide. What does it say? We are talking about buy now, pay later, which is a synonym for instant gratification. A 22-year-old boy in a tier 3 city in India earns 22,000 rupees as his first salary. His phone upgrade EMI at zero cost, 6 months, and then a new shoe on EMI, a new Goa trip on EMI, couches for his mother on EMI. 6 months down the line, 40% of his salary just vanishes. Does not have any clue where it went because the application did not tell him what exactly happened to his salary. Now, this is a trap that most of the Indian youth is getting into, and not just youth, people of all ages across, because they choose instant gratification for their daily lives.
Sorry, can I just say one thing? Like, remember what I said about memory?
So we will
we're not going to remember.
We'll put all 10 back on one slide towards the end to help us. So even if the middle section, this part, the old folks part, all 10 will come up again.
Right.
You guys, I'm sure, are remembering it photographically.
There's a running joke that goes in my group where if we don't understand anything, something unexpected happens, we say it's AI. The lift stops working, the fans start sounding harder, it's AI. You party all night, next day you get 100% on your group exam, it's AI. You walk down the road, say hello to the dean, and the dean just looks at you and says, you might be my next candidate for the TaSIC fellow. AI. You get an F grade in your exam, AI. Oops. Got too real. Yes, it is very real. Whenever you use an AI prompt, a server farm the size of a football field hums into action. It takes water to cool itself. And over time, a single AI retraining model emits energy about equivalent to 5 times a vehicle in its entire lifetime does. Now, every other startup, every other institute that is just born today wants to be AI first, but who are we alluding the costs to? Is it you? Is it me? Is it our posterity? Is it the planet? Now, some of you might say, planet is too big. It is too big until it's not.
Moving on from AI, I think a space closer to us would be the Indian households and the energy ecosystems. Now, despite the adoption of LEDs being increasing, we see that millions of Indian households are still procuring and using CFLs and are sticking to them. And there are other sort of bulbs which are not really environment friendly. So CFLs, for that matter, containing mercury, lead, poison, other toxic substances, are firstly not being disposed properly. And even if they are, the cost of disposable again is going too high. Now, these poor disposable systems and low awareness compound into both health and climate burdens. This is not really an efficiency gap they are witnessing. We are witnessing more of a public health space that is being tampered with deliberately.
Selampur in Delhi is India's largest e-waste site across Asia. Now, in Selampur, a lot of men and women work day and night to burn cardboards to extract copper. Now, the extract for that is lead, cadmium, and a lot of dioxins. The kids play there, the families stay there, very close to the source. They know it's not good for them, but there is no other option. There is no security net for them. In a country which is fast progressing, and every single place we hear about infrastructure development, we talk about tier 2 cities getting up to pace with tier 1. We forget about those Sanjays and those people who are working day and night, risking their lives for the betterment of tier 1 cities. Who pays the price? This is a question we have to decide.
Now, coming back to the Indian households, we realize that apart from spices, the energy consumption is also something that is rising rapidly. And with this, the appliances that we are consuming, air conditioners, refrigerators, televisions, and many others, are something that are not being optimized exactly. And these inefficient appliances and poor insulation ultimately lead to more energy use, and that is where the big shift or the efficiency gap is something that we are witnessing. The result comes in unavoidable energy expenditure for families and unnecessary greenhouse emissions also that are produced by the same thing. And these small efficiencies compound over time in order to actually impact the environment and is again harmful for the planet itself.
For my rural internship, I went to Dehradun. A lot of you might argue it is not rural. A lot of my friends said, maybe it is, you don't know. I went to a farmer, Lakshmi, and I asked her, like I like talking to people like that, I asked her how is her tomato yield coming along. And she said that every year, every season, whatever tomatoes she grows up, only 1/4 of it is sustainable. She sells them at 2 rupees per kilo in the local mandi because the local mandi is totally flooded with hybrid qualities. Now she has no outlet to decide whether she wants to continue spending money on tomato farming or not. Around 40% of India's perishables are rotten before they even reach the consumers to eat. In a world where farmers like Lakshmi work harder every single year, half of the hard work just disappears before it reaches your plate.
Now, when we're talking about food, we dive into the history and realize that policy incentives that were designed by the government and the procurement system itself have been historically favoring rice and wheat production by the very nature of it. While this ensured food security at the earlier times, but it led to monocropping patterns that have emerged even in the water-stressed states for that matter. And these water-intensive crops cultivated in unsuitable environments are something that is leading to rapid depletion of the groundwater and the soil degeneration itself. Now, farmers often lack incentives to diversify, and that leads to, again, unfavorable and unsustainable cycles itself.
We come across a mechanic who has inherited his father's business, and his core job is to fix ICE cars. Now, with the current push of EVs all across the world, the government of India's agenda of 80% electrification by 2030, where do people like Raju go? In India, if you would not know, there are 5 million people who are dependent on ICE cars and their fixing. Now, people like them, like it's a very simple solution that retrain them. There are 5 million people. Most of them are not educated enough to be retrained. Who takes care of them? The government, the society, us, or someone else above?
Moving on, something that we have recently seen that a lot of government initiatives also been taken up. Now, India's electric mobility transition is something that is accelerating, but the battery life cycle management is something that is underdeveloped and needs a lot of work in the country right now. Let's say the substandard cells, the informal dismantling that is happening, or even the unclear recycling pathways that are being present, which lead to risky toxins being leaked into the soil and the water systems. Now, if the battery fails or the disposable system is mismanaged, the entire issue becomes the trust in the EV space itself reduces. And that is what is actually hampering the adoption also.
So these guys actually had way more than 12. And I said, the level of depression we would have beyond 12 might be just too much. And so we stopped at 12. But to help the cognitively slower amongst us, right, that we do have them summarized in this manner. But from a challenge point of view, the challenge that the students had was all the things we've talked about today, or any extensions or anything that might be a close cousin to the kinds of things we've been talking about. How might one actually apply that kind of insight to solve these types of wicked problems? That would be it.
So just one more thing. We have been working, all 18 of us, on these things for the last 10 days, day and night, everyone, whatever they could plug in. And over time, we have understood that when the world is your campus, your learning never stops. You have ideas to think all through the day, and we hope whatever 5-10 minutes we have presented, some of you, even one, that's a KPI, even one, if you can think for 5 minutes of what we talked about and reflect on it, we win. That's a win. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. So, and again, anybody with a microphone, feel free to jump in as well with sort of what you think are our snappy ways of addressing these. Can you please put the last slide back up for us, memory impaired people? Yeah. So I'm going to look at you, Matteo, because you're the one that, from a consumer point of view, has a whole set of ideas on what consumers could
Well,
do.
I'll start with the fast-moving consumer goods. I'll take the first one on the single-use packaging, because that is it's a case that's been studied in a number of countries where they've sort of piloted different incentive systems. So as you know, there's lots of literature that talks about the idea that losses loom larger than gains, starting from building on prospect theory, Kahneman and Tversky. But there are also studies that show that those effects are not always stable. But in general, we are afraid of losses. So one thing that can be done when it comes to plastic that's been done in I think in Scotland they've done it as well. It's to have to ask consumer to pay a deposit, which then consumers get back when they bring the plastic bottle. So in Germany, you bring your bottles back, you put them into the system, and you get money. So if you add an incentive based on a loss, people are more likely to comply with that behavior because we don't like to lose. We feel like if I don't bring back, I'm going to lose whichever amount, even if it's a small amount of money. And it's been shown that is actually more effective than just working on simple incentives. So that could be an intervention that could be implemented, or that has been implemented. Obviously, I don't know much of the context will be very different, but there are behavioral tools that can be brought in for that particular challenge.
Okay. So, let's go to the technology side, and I'll ask my two information management faculty here. There seem to be a couple of challenges, with app design and product design issues here, right, that are promoting overconsumption to some degree, perhaps using dark patterns, perhaps using other kinds of things. Certainly the idea of buy now, pay later, most of it is executed through applications of some sort. So those two, from a IS design point of view, what are some thoughts, Khalid?
Okay, so I would say this applies to any technology. There is always a bright side and a dark side of technology. As a society or a community or individuals, we always look at the bright side, and most of us tend to not focus on the dark side until later. 15, 20 years down the road, we say, oops, we should have looked at that. The cell phones is like a major example of what happened to our kids when we gave them cell phones when they're young. 20 years later, we have a national epidemic of mental health issues. So the first thing is we've got to involve other disciplines who can look with information systems or IT people at the potential downsides of these things. There is also a disconnect between the actions of individuals using information technology and the unintended outcomes they may not think about. So I often thought about my daughter taking a long shower, and if there was a meter just showing the cost like that you can see, but there isn't. It's a simple idea, right? Likewise, if someone is using AI to write a simple email that they have written and they have a meter that shows up, this is what you cost the environment right now, then I think their consumption rates or their use patterns would level, right? They at least see that. So the last thing is the separation. As like I said, I they can see that when I'm driving this electric car, there was something on the battery waste.
Yeah.
They think it's clean, but it's not. The battery waste and the rare metal, getting it out, it sounds like a good idea, but it isn't. It isn't fully a good. It could be a good idea, but right now it is not yet. So they need to understand the full what is the full implications of using a technology, and not everything we can do with technology should be done, because AI, for example, would result in a lot of people being laid off. And then, is this going to be good for society or not? Do I need a self-driving car in certain society? What is going to happen to all the drivers? So as a society, we might decide, well, we don't need it. We could live without a self-driving car. I'll stop here, and I'm very passionate about this topic.
I'll come back to you then. John?
Well, first of all, very, very nice the way the problems have been presented. I mean, it goes a little bit beyond my presentation, which was about framing. So
yes, no, I know.
Probably I'm not able to solve.
You're a long-time IS scholar.
But I mean, there's one thing here, which I mean, you have presented 12 problems. To me, what is not concerning, but what is something that we must be very aware is that science is everywhere, and many of the problems is solved with science, definitely, and that's with technology. So many of these problems that are caused by technology will be solved with technology, and that's perfect to the extent that we do not miss. So innovation alone will not solve things unless that innovation is to a certain extent framed in a way that I was discussing previously. So. So probably to me the warning is let's try to find new business models that address these problems, but to the extent that they address only with technology, obviously is a must, but only with technology, we will be trapped in a new type of problem. So we should try to a certain extent to broaden the perspective, no? And probably I'm going back to something that has been said for many years, no? But simply looking at technology not simply as a black box or something that solves problems, but that has some institutional aspects, some humanity behind. No?
Okay. Ed, many of these are actually systemic supply chain oriented issues. Absolutely. There's another set, Matteo, that are fundamentally consumer driven issues, right? So there's a set of problems here where changing consumer behavior, using technology appropriately, may present a way out, and everything we have known and theorized about why consumers behave the way they do, what kinds of prompts, triggers, and how can technology basically move the consumer forward through affordances and so forth. So there's a consumer view of problems here, and then there are systemic supply chain kinds of things, Ed. So can you sort of pick up on some of the supply chain oriented things and say, what is it that one could do?
Will do. Before I do that, can I just quickly go back to the technology piece, because I think it's again something which cuts across many of these examples. And by the way, well done, gentlemen, for presenting those so well. Really great work. One of the things I think it's really important to get into absolutely sharp focus is we still continue in some circles to think about technology generally as some kind of magic solution. This is kind of what I call the science fiction view of technology, that somehow heavy investment in state-of-the-art technology will magically solve all of our problems, and hey, everything is good. And of course, it doesn't. In a supply chain context, something which I've been working on for a long time, and I remember when I first came to India 35 years ago working with TVS Suzuki, we had a big focus on how can we deploy technology to improve our supply chain processes. But the key thing is, you first of all got to get the processes right. So what I kept saying to people is, you can automate your processes, but if you've got really lousy processes to begin with, what happens when you automate those processes? You get slightly faster, lousy processes. So I think we've just got to try to get away from that trap of the magic solution trap. And I've seen a lot of it reappearing in the last 2 or 3 years as we hear a lot about artificial intelligence and so forth. I think you're right, Varun. If we look across the list here, we've got more than half of these 12 problems, which actually say to me that holism is really what we need to be doing. So I think many of the problems happen because we look at one little part of a much wider ecosystem. And what we try to do is we try to optimize that subsystem, and almost by definition, we end up sub-optimizing the total system. So I think the big message here is, when we begin to make decisions about critical issues, can we take more of an holistic view? Now, it's very easy for me to sit here and say that. What's much more difficult is, how does that actually work in practice? I mean, the second point, which I think relates to that, is I was really taken by the second one in on the top here. I think the guys talked about, I think your phrase was instant gratification. You know, and again, that really resonated with me, because I think in certain parts of the business community, as well as amongst consumers, we have this real strong focus on short-term benefit, often at the expense of longer-term business. And to me, actually, that comes back to the core of everything we're talking about in this conference, because what's sustainability about? Think about the word. You know, go back to the original United Nations definition, which talked about doing things in a way which allows us to achieve what we want to achieve right now, but without doing long-term damage. So to me, sustainability fundamentally is about moving away from that instant gratification, short-termism, towards something which takes a longer view. So two big messages to me, because look at the top here, 12 problems, 5 sectors, 1 shared challenge. I think there are 2 big overarching themes here. One is the need to be more holistic, and 2, the need to be longer term. And there are messages which will not be strange messages, will not be surprising messages for anyone who works in strategic thinking within government or within organizations.
So from your discipline of supply chain, I was looking at battery waste. One could look at it as a circularity problem. From a design perspective, how might one design circularity into that particular part of the larger system? Similarly, if you looked at 40% of perishables rotting before sale, that's not necessarily a circularity problem, but this is, again, a coordination problem between different players in the supply chain, and perhaps pointing to some institutional voids around refrigeration capabilities that are available perhaps to certain sectors of the society. So certainly some of these, Ed, resonated well with your idea of sort of circularity coming from grassroots movement and the need for collaboration across the supply chain and identifying the weakest link. And the weakest link in the food delivery supply chain, one could argue, is the inability to store products for beyond a certain period of time. Matteo, from the consumer point of view, a lot of these are about modifying consumer behavior, with possibly technology playing a role in being able to spur consumers to the right action. So what are your thoughts on as you look at this set?
So as I look at this collection of problems, which, by the way, as I want to echo my colleagues excellently presented, and I love the stories behind them. You could really feel that you guys really thought about this extensively. It's very much, a lot of these are public policy related issues. And it's important to have that frame of mind, because consumers, individuals in general, have biases and cognitive limitations. We live at today at the expenses of tomorrow, hyperbolic discounting. And some of these biases and limitations are potentially getting worse as we age. So we need to be mindful that there is only certain type of interventions that we can put in place. So when it comes to public policy action in the context of consumption, you generally have, I'm simplifying, but 2 routes, carrots and sticks. So the stick will be, we put regulations in place. And in some of these instances, we do need regulations, because when it comes to metals, when it comes to toxic material, we have to have regulations in place to stop companies from performing certain actions. We can supplement that with some form of incentive system, some behavioral intervention. If you're interested in behavioral work, look into the Mindspace framework, which is the framework that the UK behavioral unit uses, that has a number of tools that you can implement to get people to reflect on their behavior, to basically bring some of these issues to the forefront. So what you said about, yes, I want a meter that shows how much energy my daughter is using to, it is part of those interventions. If you put that in the energy bills, people in your neighborhood are generally spending this amount of energy, or so you're higher or lower, then people will start gradually adjust to meet that norm. So we can implement some of those.
So this is the Mindspace.
Mindspace. So
right?
Mindspace is a fantastic framework that looks at the message, incentive, norms, and then
And
I'm
DNS.
too tired to remember all the others now. Cognitive limitations are kicking in.
So I noticed you pointed at Khalid when we said as we age.
Maybe because he
I just
mentioned
thought that
that.
was totally unfair, Khalid. we are the same age, so we should.
But it's a really good set of tools that help us understand how, from a public policy perspective, we can incentivize change in behavior. Bear in mind that people have we all have limitations. We all have limited time, limited money. We are also ready to commit limited effort, okay, to this. But so, for example, if we take the challenge of the hidden debt, that can be attacked from 2 points of view. From a policy point of view, we can try to regulate that and reduce. From an incentive point of view, we can make more visible to people the accumulation of debt. So the connection between the two, sort of policy, top-down and bottom-up, will potentially reduce the problem.
And technology could be used to actually highlight these kinds of things, the perils of debt, the amount of debt, the ticking time bomb, et cetera, as well.
Yes.
Through good product design, could possibly push behavior the right way there.
To make it more visible to people and bring it to the forefront.
Right, and I would agree, and in fact, we ought to understand who we're dealing with. So the idea of waste of the single-use packaging, returning it and getting 5 cents, right, is not going to cut it as much as getting a like. So they get a like every time they return a bottle or put it in some bin for recycling. I think will resonate with some of the younger people.
Yeah, it could be, but potentially, because the getting the 5 cents back works on the idea that they taken the 5 cents from you, and we don't like when that happens. When your drink is $1 plus 5 cents, but you can get the 5 cents back, and people don't like losing that. For the most part, we also need to think that even if this intervention work in 20% of the cases, you have implemented something that is relatively cheap, and you've had a big effect. So we also need to think about within that scale.
Thanks, Matteo. We'll let John have the last word, and then we'll wrap up for the day.
Okay, thank you. No,
Yes,
I don't
sir.
pretend to be the last one. I was just thinking, my colleagues, and thinking about the model, the framework that you presented today in the morning was about 4 components, no? It was individuals, companies, governments,
Society or community and
community society. Okay, but if you think about many of these problems, so we were putting boxes that to a certain extent have agency. Well, the agency of society is but governments have agency, individuals have agency as consumers or as whatever, volunteers, as I presented. But here, many of the problems will be solved by technology. But at some point, consider nowadays AI, even humans will not intervene, because one of the major potential disruptions that we have nowadays is that this thing called AI, which I don't know exactly, which is many things, but has the idea of autonomy, autonomy to learning autonomy and action autonomy. So to a certain extent, and just I'm trying to always very abstract, but in your model, you should put something, a new box, because it's the box of, let's say, technology that is able to act without us intervening. Why? Because when we have that box being really real across society, because nowadays it occurs, the problem is that it will be much more difficult to change things. Because why? Because if that technology is generating new imbalances, the point is that how are we going to change that technology when we do not control that technology? And I don't want to end with a pessimistic message by no means, simply with something that we have nowadays. So we are embedding much more a type of software that is able to learn itself, that is able to act itself, and to the extent that we delegate that action, and because it has the capacity, at some point in time, we might be generating new societal problems that we will not be able to easily deal with them, because there's no regulation, there's nothing that can change that easily. Okay? I'm sorry. I don't pretend to be pessimistic, but it's simply a reflection of an actor that we should consider.
True, I think we should consider it, but it would be sort of a bummer if it turns out that we as human beings weren't wise enough to make it happen, and so then we delegated it to AI as agents to sort of say, you
Yeah,
make
yeah.
the right call, right?
Well, but at least there's
that
a
may be
lot
the
of
world we're
jobs.
headed to.
There are a lot of jobs. The positive side is that there's a lot of jobs around regulating AI and developing AI. So let's train people that has the capacity to understand and put human values into that, no?
Okay, so thank you all. So folks, with that we'll conclude, and I'd like you to show your appreciation. So just lift it up. On behalf of SPJMR, I would like to take the opportunity to individually recognize our 4 scholars who made long trips, are still jet lagged and bleary-eyed, and are still here. So just wanted to, how does one do this? Just wrap it around? Okay. So if I could, maybe just get started. You can sit. I'll call you guys up.
Okay.
So Khalid, if we could start with you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming in, and this would be something for the cold winter months.
Uh-huh.
And I hope it helps you in Toronto.
Yeah,
And thank you so much. Some of these I hope you can take back home and fit.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please.
Pleasure.
Ed, it does match your suit, so I think this is great. So thank you.
Very color coordinated.
When you're in the Irish pub next time, you'll be the
color coordinated.
snazziest man in the pub.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ed. Sean? I know Spain isn't that cold, but still,
Thank
I
you
hope
very
it helps
much.
you a little
Yes,
bit.
well, thank you very much.
Thank you a lot. Thank you for
Pleasure.
being here. Yes.
Really a pleasure. Pleasure.
And this would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Matteo, thank you so much for making the trip and for participating. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this session, and we will begin the research tracks where lots and lots of people have worked. 150 plus people have been involved in that. So please, take advantage of what's happening between 3 and 6. Thank you, and that concludes Module 1. Okay.
I would request all the academic paper presenters to please gather here. I'll escort you to your venues. Can you just wait here? I'll just paper presenter. Academic track? Academic track paper presenters. So we have to go to the venues from that door. I'll just take you all over there.